I would like to call to order the South Burlington City Council meeting of Monday, November 6th, 2023. We're recorded. Good. You want me to say that again? No. Okay. So the first item is Pledge of Allegiance. So Larry, do you want to lead us in this, please?
Helen, you're putting me on the spot.
Yeah, I am.
Starts with that pledge.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
This conference will now be recorded.
Liberty and justice for all.
Okay. And so, once again, we'll formally welcome our newest member. We're so glad you have made us whole again, Larry.
Thank you. No, my computer screen isn't too big.
No, it's fine. Okay, item 2 is instructions on exiting the building in case of emergency and review of technology options.
Thank you. So for those in the room, thanks for joining us in the room. If there's an emergency, you can go out either side of the rear of the auditorium and turn left or right and exit outside. For those participating online, thank you also for joining us. If you would like to speak during any item on the agenda, you can turn your camera on and the chair will call on you. You can also indicate your interest in speaking in the chat and I will have her call on you. Other than that, we are not monitoring the chat for content.
Okay. Agenda review. Are there any additions, deletions, or changes in order of agenda items? Any? Seeing none, we'll go on to item 4, comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. Is there anyone, please come forward. And will you, at the base of the mic, there's a little spot that says push and it turns the green light on, nice bright green.
Is it on?
Yes, it is. Great, thank you. So please tell us your name and what.
Okay. Hi, Erin Sutherland. I wrote a letter recently, so I kind of typed something up just so I would have my head in the right place, and then I can also email it. So
That'd be
can
great.
Remember. So I really appreciate the school zones that you just put in at Chamberlain and at Rick Marcotte. I think that is really helpful, but I do think we desperately and very quickly need them at Orchard and Tuttle and the high school. It is just truthfully dangerous. Today I almost hit somebody, and that's a very, very diligent person driving. So I really hope that that is something that can be done soon. I understand that there was a traffic study done on Dorset Street, and I hope that in the next meeting on the 16th, when you're rolling out your city plan and thinking about budgeting, that school safety could be a top priority from all of you. And that will, I think, is going to be something that will help the community. We need to know that that is a top priority. I'm disappointed that the steering committee was not recorded last week. The city and the school collaboration is so critically important right now. The safety of our schools is not just a school issue. It's an everybody issue. And the buildings that we keep putting up left and right every day are directly affecting the kids. I have children in 3 of the schools here, and I moved my youngest out because of what's happening and what's happened since the building. It's not COVID, it's the building that we're doing. We need more traffic monitors, we need better lighting, and we need school safety to be taken seriously. That Channel 23 news brief was really upsetting to watch. It absolutely painted the picture that the city and the school are not on the same page. The letter that the city sent to the residents was just downright insulting. To assume that caring people writing to our school board, our city councilors, and our police have somehow linked criminal activity and drug use with the unhoused is just simply not true. 3 years ago today, my brother-in-law died of a fentanyl overdose. I am empathetic to this situation, but we need to open up our eyes and look at what is happening around us. We do not have the infrastructure to support the building we're doing. I don't know how we can keep saying we do. We absolutely don't. So I hope at this point we can join forces and make safety the priority because the kids are our future. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to note, at the steering committee meeting, we did agree unanimously, both the school board and the city council, to create a special task force to really focus on that safety. And I think all of our conversations that night and discussions, I think reflected shared goals and shared solutions.
It didn't
So-
seem that way from watching it. When it says, well, we do have the infrastructure, let's tell people we have the infrastructure. That was directly quoted on the news brief. And I think that's simply untrue.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment?
What's channel 23?
22.
She said 22. What's channel 22?
Channel 22
My
is,
Champlain Valley.
yeah.
I think that's what you mean. My Champlain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Champlain 22, yes.
Yeah, my Champlain Valley.
I didn't see that.
I didn't see that report either. Okay, if there's no other comments, we'll move on to counselors' announcements and reports on committee assignments, and then the city manager's report. Andrew, do you want to start?
No committee meeting since we last met.
Okay.
No committee meetings as well since the steering committee meeting, but I did take a walk up and visited the cellar hole at Long Drive. It appears to be a point where they actually put down like pea stone on the bottom where they might start pouring a foundation, but I honestly can't tell whether they had dug the trenches for utilities or not. It looked like they had, but they filled it back in, so I didn't see anyway, but I take your word for it. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Megan?
I've had no meetings either, other than the steering committee meeting, which I thought too was very positive. So I'll watch this Channel 22 Champlain Valley news report, and I thought it was a good meeting. I hope that it felt positive on the other right on the school board side as well. I thought it went well. So.
Okay, and Larry?
Thanks. And I have, since the steering committee, have not had any other meetings, but I'm sure I will sooner or later.
Okay, thank you. And I have no meetings to report as well. So Jesse?
I will happily take up all of your time.
Okay.
So a bunch of updates for you tonight. Members of the leadership team on Friday met with Congresswoman Balance State Director. He was going around doing tours with communities. We talked about city center projects, our gap in funding for some of those projects. As you know, we've put in several federal grants to close those gaps. So it was a great conversation. And hopefully he can help move some of those forward. I think the council knows we have a social work intern working with the library this semester. She is fantastic. And she has set up an outreach table outside the libraries from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So if folks are in need of services, they can stop by or just stop in and visit with Evelyn. She is fantastic. As the council and the community probably know, the Development Review Board are considering two significant projects, well, more than that, but two that I will mention tonight. One is the sketch plan for a conservation PUD in a traditional neighborhood at the Allenwood parcel. And the second is a master plan for Larkin Terrace on Shelburne Road. That's the old movie theater location. So those are moving through the permitting process. A couple of updates I want to share about the Dorset Street Signals projects. Thank you to the community for your patience as that has moved forward. As folks likely have noticed, as you are heading west on Willison's Road at the Dorset Street intersection, the right-hand turn lanes will be closed going into Holiday Inn for a couple of weeks to do sidewalk work. If you have not seen the video that the team did about how those traffic lines will be realigned when it reopens, I'd really encourage you to go to the city's website or Facebook to look at that animation of the new traffic patterns, and just encourage folks to be diligent going through those intersections. And Tom, I know you're online. If I say something incorrect here, please feel free to correct me. Additionally, with the new mastheads, poles, and signal hardware at Dorset Street and Williston and Kennedy Drive, that technology is all in place. The signals are going in. There is a 30-day warranty period on that hardware or on the lights. So those will continue as is with the current traffic patterns for 30 days to demonstrate the warranty period. Following that, we will be able to start the programming. That will happen throughout the whole district. So it will be February or March when we're able to roll out that predictive pattern programming in those lights. So more to come, but it is moving forward. Also at Public Works, wanted to share, hopefully folks have seen a lot of these improvements, incremental safety improvements on the ground. The highway crew installed the new crosswalk near J.C. Park, as well as 2 new crosswalks on Williston Road at Davis Parkway and Pine Tree Terrace, and between Victoria Drive and Mills Avenue. Work is also substantially complete on the Kennedy Drive stormwater pond 2, and the shared use path connecting East Terrace to Spear Street is being repaved this week. In case folks, especially counselors here, we will also be sending out, Public Works will also be sending out a survey to commercial property owners around their wastewater emittance. This is required as part of our state permit, asking them to provide feedback on what they are discharging into the system. So if folks have questions about that, please feel free to reach out to Bob Fisher or Tom. And then, of course, we're getting our crews all ready for winter operations and then putting plows on our trucks and things like that. It's a very busy, exciting time for Public Works.
That will cause winter to come, you know that.
It is November.
It's
It's
all their
coming.
fault, yeah.
You deny it, it won't happen.
Okay.
And then a few fun things. We had 750 folks here for the Halloween Glow Walk at Goose Pond last week, which was really exciting, and 50 folks participating in the pumpkin carving. And then Adam, who you'll meet in a little bit, also wanted to invite the council to the annual senior holiday meal on December 8th at 5:30. So if the council would like to participate in that, that's December 8th at 5:30. That's all I have.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Next item is the consent agenda. Is 7 items. It's a pretty hefty one this week. Clearly, there's a lot going on. I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
Is there any discussion or questions?
I
Andrew?
wouldn't mind just, maybe Jesse, can you just, or maybe Tom, just spend 2 minutes on items D through G? There's a lot to read there, and I just wouldn't mind just understanding a little bit better what those are about.
Sure. Tom, if you are there, if you could unmute, that would be great. So the 2 different Clean Water State Revolving Loan Funds, one is for Airport Parkway. Hi, Tom. Do you want to walk through these? Councilor Chalnick's asking about D, E, F, and G on the consent agenda.
Sure, so let me pull up the agenda so I have the specific items. Okay. So item D, yes, this is a loan for Airport Parkway solids handling. Similarly, item E is a loan for engineering for the Bartlett Bay wastewater treatment facility. So in March, we passed a bond for that and a pump station project out in Queen City Park. So the bond passed, and so this is just taking the first loans against that. Those loans would be through the Department of Environmental Conservation, the State Revolving Fund. I'll pause there for any questions or keep going.
Is that
Right.
good enough? Okay. So they're both related. They just are slightly separate.
That's how we're
Fine,
financing.
but this is pursuant to the bond that passed. Okay,
Yes.
I didn't connect those dots.
So
but yeah.
these are the first steps.
Okay.
All righty. And then,
Item F is interim agreement for snow plowing in Spear Meadows. So the city had a number of roads in the past where we were plowing, though these roads remained private. The intent was to turn them over to the city, but that process got stalled or held up or just never finished. So we stopped the practice of plowing these roads with the intent to become public until after the warranty period. That had caused some difficulties in that interim period for folks, understandably so. So Colin and I worked to develop this agreement. We actually borrowed it in large part from our neighboring town of Williston to have this interim agreement for taking care of these streets for that kind of 2-year period where they're under the warranty. So we don't take them over until after that. Similarly, there's a wastewater pump station out at Spear Meadows. And so similar agreement, well, it's in the warranty period where we make sure everything's working, where we're offering them to take care of it and keep an eye on it like we would our other public pump stations. This is kind of a newer thing for us. I think it really will help us sort of move things along as we move forward and make clear who's responsible for what. Oftentimes we'll, as soon as these folks see a city plow on the road, they assume it's a city street. So I think this will help clarify some of that confusion. And I'll stop there in case it's
Oh, go ahead.
Well, if I could just add to that, this I think is a huge improvement that Tom and Colin are recommending. It clears up a lot of confusion and sets an expectation moving forward with the private development community.
Okay, and the two assessments that you'll make for this service, is that based on like how many hours it takes to plow those roads or the cost of really maintaining a pump station?
Yeah, so
Is
the
that how you-
estimate for the pump station and the gravity sewer lines, that's correct. For the plowing, I took the value that the state of Vermont would pay us. So if that becomes a public road, the state of Vermont gives us a payment for the maintenance of it. So I used that value to calculate out in that case.
All right, thank you. And this is agreeable to the developers, I assume?
Yeah, so I spoke with the developer in this case. They are in favor of it. Once we move this one forward, it is likely you may see these in some other developments where we continue to work with folks to take over roads that are kind of intended to be public after the warranty period ends. And, you know, usually in that warranty period, there's some things that they have to take care of, whether it's curb or sidewalk or, you know, things that kind of come up, so.
And just to clarify, perhaps for the public, the design of the roads in these developments are determined by the city. And if a developer doesn't meet those standards, like width or the steepness of the road or turning
Thickness of the asphalt.
and thickness of the asphalt, the city is not under an obligation to take it over even after the period of 2 or 3 years. Is that right?
That's correct. If there's deficiencies, I would not recommend to council that we take that road over. So we don't own it until council takes an action to accept the roads.
Okay. But we have a lot of things in place, I think, to make sure that once we agree to take it over, it's in good condition or designed to last as long as any other road, I guess. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other oh, I'm sorry, there was one more. And that's.
Is there one more? The formula grant? So this is just a grant program that was made available to us. It's a formula grant. Our stormwater staff managed this one primarily. It's for just design and implementation of stormwater best management practices or treatment practices to help us comply with phosphorus control plan. So these are just grant dollars the state had available and is sort of giving them out in kind of chunks to the different MS4 communities. There's sort of the no strings attached kind of a thing. It's a very great opportunity for us to help fund some of these improvements.
And that's $750,000 coming into the stormwater fund.
Now, do any of that, do we still have an agreement with Shelburne to assist them
We just
We
met
do.
on this last week. Sorry. go
for
ahead.
the MS4?
Yeah, so we do. Shelburne is in the process, or they're currently advertising to hire a full-time stormwater person, which will be great for Shelburne. That person is going to train very closely and even sit in our office for a little while, and we're going to train and get them up to speed because we have such a close relationship with the folks and our neighbors to the south there. And so, yeah, that's all moving forward still. So we'll still be helping them out, but they will have a full-time person.
Okay, so this grant money will not be used in Shelburne?
Correct. They would have their own formula grant, though I don't know the amount of that one offhand.
Great. Any other questions? Are we ready for the vote? Okay, all in favor of the consent agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously, and we'll move on to 7. Jesse.
So I would like to invite Adam and Nick to come down. We have, as you've heard me talk about, we've had some vacancies on our leadership team over the last couple of months, and we are thrilled that to welcome these 2 gentlemen to our team. So I wanted you to have an opportunity to meet them. Adam Math in the white shirt is our new Director of Parks and Recreation. You heard me talk about him at our last meeting. Comes to us from the baseball world and UVM, which is super exciting and a very interesting, non-traditional kind of path into municipal service. I was really impressed with Adam during the interview about how he talked about creating opportunities for community to connect and doing that through programming and different opportunities in the city. And then Nick Gingro is our new IT director, comes to us from also the UVM Business School, was the IT director for the Vermont College of Fine Arts, and was at Paul Franklin Collins most recently. Really exceptional technical expertise. We had Burlington's IT director actually sit in on these interviews to evaluate the IT expertise that I cannot evaluate, and spoke very highly of Nick.
great.
So we're thrilled to have both of them here. They are both South Burlington residents, which is also very exciting.
Yeah.
But I thought I would give them a moment to introduce themselves and talk about what brought them to South Burlington, if that's acceptable.
Nick helped me change my password. So I am forever grateful. So now I can get everything.
What was the old password?
I can't even remember. I had to write down the new one. Do you want to share a couple words?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Nice to meet you all. Like Jesse said, so I'm a local Vermonter, and I've been in South Burlington for quite a long time, so it's kind of fun to get to work and help make the city a better place. And when I was at the University of Vermont, I worked with Thomas Chittenden for, almost 15 years, so I'm quite familiar with some of the initiatives in the city just from working with him. So yeah, so far it's been fun. We unfortunately lost Larry King, who was a fantastic member of the team recently. He just moved on to a new job, so we're looking to find a third person to our IT team, and then we'll be fully staffed up and ready to go. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun learning the ins and outs of the city so far. So I look forward to working with you guys over the next few years.
Well, welcome. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks for having me as well. Again, my name is Adam, and as Jesse mentioned, I live in South Burlington. Originally moved to Vermont after school in 2012, and kind of my background and path. I was with the Lake Monsters for about 9 to 10 years, kind of on the event side of things there, as well as within tickets, and most recently, before coming over here, just starting last Monday, I was with UVM in their athletic department as well. And as Jesse mentioned earlier, I'm excited about this opportunity and this position to kind of utilize my experiences in my background and developing ways to bring families together and the community together through events and programs.
Great.
Nice.
Any questions? Yes.
Can we get Champ and Rally here at the same time? Do you have connections?
I think I have some connections. I can probably pretty easily do that.
Thanks.
Great. Well, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, gentlemen.
That's wonderful. Okay, item 8, consider an appointment to the Development Review Board. So we could potentially hold an executive session for the purpose of discussing appointments.
Do you
We
want to
could.
do that now? You want the motion to go into executive session now? Or did you want to have an open discussion first, or the interviews?
Other candidates?
There are 2 candidates. They were in the packet.
Yeah.
Would you like to interview them first?
Whatever
We
your pleasure
probably
is.
should.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't see Charles here. And I don't know Gabe. Is Gabe Simpson? Oh, Gabe is here. Hi. So you could interview Gabe and go into executive session. Or you could, it's your pleasure.
Did,
It's a separate folder.
Oh, it's in the folder.
yeah, you have to go into the separate
Do you want
folder.
hard copies?
Well, Gabe, why don't you come down? You can either stand or sit. whichever you're more comfortable with. Just make sure the light is bright green.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, let's see. I don't have it in front of me, but why don't you tell us why you're interested in serving on the Development Review Board?
Okay. I'm Gabe. I'm 25 years old, and I've been going back and forth between downtown and Burlington for about 3 months. I want to help to come up with maybe new ideas for the community. There's been a lot of over construction lately, and I have really severe migraines, and a lot of other people around me are reacting negatively to it as well. A lot of people have been having hallucinations and almost getting hit by cars with the way they do the roads, like, frequently. There's times they've been doing construction every day on the same road, and it's been consistent throughout like a month and a half, and they don't move on to like new sections of the road. So I was hoping to help come up with new ideas for like preventing over construction in the area, and also I've noticed Burlington's been South Burlington in particular is lacking a lot of neurodiversity and different animal species with all the air quality. So I was hoping maybe there was a way to either renovate the forests across from where the housing developments are, or if there was a way to make a butterfly garden so that the kids and the adults and the communities could all have different ways of enjoying nature within South Burlington. So,
Are you aware of the role of a DRB member and what they do?
I vaguely looked through the website. Mine gets kind of scatterbrained. But it's basically voting on the development of the community as a whole, and
Some
like the
specific,
construction and the
develop-
traffic and the
Yeah, and there's a whole set of rules that guide them.
yeah.
It's not quite as freelance as you might wish it to be.
Yeah, no, I
In terms
didn't-
of some
I
of
don't
your
think like that.
ideas, that may not be the committee that could work on that. You know, it might be planning or Parks and Rec or
Yeah.
potentially. I think might be a better fit with at least some of your comments. But that's just some advice, I guess. Are there other questions or thoughts?
Have you been able to watch any of the DRB meetings to see how they're held? And the DRB is an application of the rules and not a changing of the rules. So I saw that you're interested in the Housing Trust Fund Committee as well,
Yeah.
is determining which projects are most deserving of our trust fund, which we add $50,000 to every year currently. So that might be more in line with what you wrote up here in terms
Yeah.
of wanting to be inclusive, wanting to, make housing available to more people.
Yeah.
I don't know about what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I could try that. That works.
Are there other thoughts or questions or comments?
Just that I appreciate you coming tonight and applying for the position. That the DRB is a really structured entity, and it acts judicially, right, based upon applications from developers that go through the planning and zoning office, and then they get reviewed, and then the agendas are very set for a particular development and each stage of that development and all the different criteria that they're kind of judging it on. So there's not a lot of room for new ideas, as Megan said, that would be a different committee. So just
Okay.
want to point that out.
Okay, thank you. So the other candidate is not here, so we can't, so do you want to, I hate to put this off. Did he not know we would interview, or?
No, he knew. You could
Are we
table.
ahead of schedule?
You're slightly ahead of schedule, but not very much. So you could table this, go on to another agenda item. If he comes, interview him later on, and they make a decision later in the meeting.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, why don't we do that? Because we are a little ahead of schedule, and usually we're not. So, if I were a gambling person, I would tune in a little bit later.
Is somebody going to communicate with him? Tell him to.
Do we have
He-
his?
So I was just texting with Andrea. She did communicate with him, and we can call him.
Here comes somebody.
Oh, here he is. Speak of the devil.
Oh,
Come on down.
come on down.
So Charles does serve on our Economic Development Committee.
Right.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. We are a little ahead of schedule, which
Oh,
is
excellent.
unusual.
Is the green light on?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you're interested in serving on the DRB?
Yes,
And
here
would you
once
like
again.
to, you're familiar with what it does, do you understand the time commitment?
Yes, twice a month. It's for,
Yes, for-
every Tuesday night, same time as I think or every other Tuesday night, same time as Economic Development Committee, which is once a month. But yeah, I served on a DRB in Moncton before I moved to South Burlington.
Oh, so you're well aware of how it works.
Yep. I've also participated in DRB meetings as a civil engineer. So, and I'm hopeful I will get it this time.
Okay.
So do you work for an engineering firm now?
Yes, Du Bois and King.
And are any of the projects that come before DRB, are they represented by that firm at all? Would you have to recuse yourself very often?
I mean, that is a possibility, I guess. That could happen. I'm not aware of any development in South Burlington that they're doing. I don't work in site and land development. I work in dams.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
So we
Not
probably
sure.
won't be putting in too many dams.
We
But the company could have something.
there is technically there are 1 or 2 dams at Dorset Park for the stormwater. Apparently, are
Yep.
there? Right. See, he knows because he's a dam guy. So
and
Okay.
I think that also that's a situation that you have on DRB right now. I think there's 2 people on it that are currently engineering consultants that would have to recuse themselves. So it's not an uncommon situation.
yeah. Just trying to figure out how much you might have to recuse yourself. But
I
it
hope
sounds
not
like,
very often.
Okay.
Okay. Are there other questions people have?
He seems to be aware of
That was the question I had, is in terms of his engineer, his current employment, but
Uh-huh.
that's fine.
Okay. Well, we are familiar with you.
Yeah.
Are you going to stay on econ too?
No.
You could just come at 5 and then stay till 7. From 7, stay till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
It's an easy
I
stretch.
sent the email to Jesse and Andrea. Economic development is stretching me personally. I don't see it being personally a great wealth of my time. I think there's something important for them to do, and I think eventually they will get there. But I prefer to look for other ways to support my community.
Yeah, I do appreciate your accent on green energy, the development of green energy. So you know, your embrace of heat pumps, solar panels, and energy storage. And I would assume that as a civil engineer, you would be sensitive to the placement of buildings and perhaps looking at a plan, making sure that
Yeah,
sites
definitely.
are maximized.
I'm very into green energy. I work on hydroelectric dams all the time. So, yeah, I think it's important for our future, you know, not just community, our local community, but for our country too. So, yep. I know the O'Brien development is looking at being, you know, independent. I don't know if they're going to be wholly independent from the energy grid. They might need to get energy once in a while, but they're going to be resilient. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any questions you have for us? Like,
No, I just got
Three
here, so I
times
don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's my third time, so I don't know if there's others that are applying for DRB.
There was just one other person.
One other person. How could I convince you that I'm the person? Yeah. No, I won't put you in that situation. But yeah, if you have any questions, I'm here. I'm available.
Okay.
Energetic.
Well, I don't think we have any more questions. So
Okay.
I appreciate your continued interest and persistence.
Thank you, and have a great night. I'm gonna head
We'll,
out.
we'll miss you on the Economic Development Committee.
Yeah. Yep.
Need to put that in.
Thank you.
Open.
Thank you.
Okay. So do you want executive session at the end to determine this, or,
Whatever's most convenient for you.
well, it's not what's convenient for me, it's what,
At
do
the end.
it at the end?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll let both of the candidates know tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Alrighty, let's see, boy, we're plowing through this, this is good. Let's see, 9, excuse me, receiving a recommendation from the Affordable Housing Committee, and Housing Trust Fund committees, I guess there's 2 committees, requesting additional funding, and you sent us, a letter identifying that, all those issues, and we have it in the packet.
Good evening, Chris Trombley, Affordable Housing Committee.
Yes.
Darlene Peters, Vice Chair of the committee.
So thank you for allocating this amount of time. So I forwarded a copy of the recommendation that was approved by a joint session of the Affordable Housing Committee and the Housing Trust Fund. And so just as a table setting, I did, after forwarding the recommendation, I thought it might be helpful for your deliberations later that you saw the entire timeline of kind of how we got to today. But the Affordable Housing Committee has had this item on its work plan for the last few years, and so what kind of brought it to fruition this year was, if we were wowed by the response to the ARPA program and the generosity of the city to donate $1 million. And out of that RFP program, we were able to catch some fantastic applications, of which we were able to fund some of them. And one item that caught the committee's interest was the establishment of a land bank, but we were unable to fund it as part of the ARPA, which is understood. So we're pursuing options of how can we increase the initial $50,000 discretionary contribution to the Housing Trust Fund each year, and what are some methods that we can use to fund that. So as we explored different options, the first one that was considered was, do we do something similar to bike ped and open space with a tax levy? Do we consider alternative methods such as the city of Burlington, where they have a host of different fees? So the committees held a robust discussion, and they moved forward 3 recommendations to share with the council this evening. The first is to increase the annual contribution to the Housing Trust Fund from $50,000 to $150,000, tied to inflation. I believe my original email still had the old error on it. That was the grand list, and it's inflation. So that's an important clarification. A one-time contribution as seed money of $500,000 to start a land bank, as requested with the Green Mountain Habitat for Humanity ARPA request. So with a land bank, it's important to understand there's either to get it started, you either one of two things. You either need land donated so that you can build upon that, or money to purchase land. There's other models of land banks, and the discussion that we focus on was on a very simple, straightforward land bank model that was. The concept is that with the purchase or the donation of land, that housing is built upon that land, affordable housing, and then upon sale to new ownership, that money would be received back into the housing trust fund, almost like a revolving loan fund. And then the third request, and this is an interesting conversation, eliminate impact fees for affordable housing. So it's how can we lower the financial barrier for affordable housing developers to come to South Burlington and build new Rayburn apartments, or just we're surrounded by a lot of projects. But what we've seen in testimony is that the cost of moving forward with projects has become increasingly difficult, but we can't just raise taxes on everything. So an alternative way would be to reduce the impact fees for affordable housing. We didn't define affordable housing as capital A or small a, so some flexibility there. But that was one of a couple recommendations that were discussed, just how do we reduce the overall cost. So with that, let me pause and check with Darylyn if I missed anything here.
No, I think there's only, I'm not on. I think there's really only one thing, and we apologize for this as committee members. We will give you the exact wording of what was voted on by both the Affordable Housing Committee and the Housing Trust Fund, and that's gotten a little muddled in so many communications that have been flying around. And Jesse said that we could explain that tonight, and that, as Chris said, but I think the actual wording was $150,000 annually, non-discretionary allocation to the Housing Trust Fund, and subsequently adjusted for inflation. And the reason we said non-discretionary is because we understand that this issue, I mean, housing is so expensive now. It's so much more than it was in 2016. So we know both to build and to buy is staggering across the country and in our small town as well. So we wanted to give the Housing Trust Fund the expectation that if they didn't want to make a recommendation in 1 year, the following year they would surely have $300,000, and that might be enough just to get a project over the line. So they could think about that. It happened just by fate during COVID that they did not make allocations for a couple of years, and then had a larger allocation than $50,000 to make when they finally were asked, when they received a proposal that they could support and recommend to the city council.
So it's similar to the Open Space Fund.
Yes. So that's why we think that that would be a good thing, but that particular wording. And we're sorry that it's been a little muddled. But anyway, that would be the only thing I would add, Chris.
Yep.
Do you have
Absolutely.
some more to?
No, I pause and.
Oh, well, I'm trying to understand in some ways the difference between the 150 and the 500,000. It seems like they both could be used for the same things. And are they really different?
Yeah, so I think the discussion that was focused on that they would be separate funds. Would that be your understanding as well?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and the reason for that is the timing of which. So in discussion with some stakeholders who could be potential partners. The time frame in which to put that money out, purchase the property, go through the application process, develop, sell it, and then the money coming back 2-3 years. And so in that interim period, that 150 would go towards other projects, and that would build. And so that once that 500 comes back, it's now revolving, but we're not at the 50,000. But we certainly appreciate the opportunity to discuss this, but it was intended as separate funds.
I'm not clear. I understand the $500,000 gives you a pretty large chunk of money to be able to purchase proper land, raw land, I guess, or housing that you might want to reconstitute into affordable housing, and that that money can come back to that fund, but only after the thing has been built and people live in it.
Correct.
And then at some point, 10 years later, they want to sell it. So you'll most likely spend or invest the $500,000, and the revolving aspect probably won't really happen for a while.
So just a clarification.
The $150,000, which might, dovetail with something that CHT wants to do with us, and it's, fills that gap.
Yeah. So just a minor clarification. So in our discussion with Habitat, for example, there was mentioned that there was 2 properties that have come up since they have applied that were potential projects that could have been realized with that money. But the difference is that the money purchased, or the money used to purchase the land, would come back to the city after the house that was built was sold to the new homeowner.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So
It does come back sooner.
yep. So as part of the closing, we would get a check
Okay.
back. As I guess you have to work out the logistics, but as a lien holder on the
So
property.
actually will revolve.
Yes. Yep.
So then how would you see investing the additional $150,000? What would that be earmarked for?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen with the ARPA application that just in that short time frame, we received 5 applications in that short period of time. And also in discussions with Habitat, they had 2 projects that have come up. The pipeline of development isn't always as visible to us because it's not something that they've moved forward with planning and zoning, and they've officially filed. So they're looking for, continually looking for projects and opportunities that come available. That money, and I wish Tom was here. He spoke to it in our meeting very nicely. It's money that's already committed, or that could be committed to the project that closes that gap. So these would be projects that they would happen concurrently.
And do you think there's any chance that if the city of South Burlington had a $500,000 trust fund, along with $150,000 annual separate trust fund, that some of the partners may think that, maybe we should really work in Heinsberg because they don't have that kind of money to invest, or Milton, or some other place that, South Burlington has set aside enough money, so we don't need to partner, or they don't need to invest here because we've made that huge commitment. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's fair. It's my understanding through discussions and hearing from prior folks that it would be the inverse of that money is actually attracting more projects that could potentially come to South Burlington instead of going to a town that may not have the money to make up that gap, the increasing gap due to, cost of supplies, shortage of labor, cost of fees. So it's a selling point on behalf of South Burlington.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Other questions people might have?
Yeah, I'm just curious about what is the regional governance structure for affordable housing in Chittenden County? I mean, who is there somebody responsible for like a layer at the top that looks down and understands what the needs are in each community and tries to help distribute, whatever there is to distribute? I mean, is that the state? Is that the CCRPC? I mean, who is it? Is it the organizations themselves like CHT and Cathedral Square and Summit? I mean, those are the major players, right? Right now, there's just basically three groups that are doing this kind of work.
And Habitat.
And I'm sorry, and Habitat. It's a much smaller scale, but it's really important because it's in COTS, but not in South Burlington yet, right? Okay, all right. So that's 5. Okay.
CUTS does have a contribution to the Summit property. They do have some units.
For the unhoused, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So yes, those are some of the major players. I can't speak as a subject matter expert, but I know we have an excellent city manager who's versed in this. But when we think about building homes together, and we saw the progress report that came out from October, that collectively as a region, we did not meet our goal. You look around to communities that aren't as committed as South Burlington. Sure, they could, hold their feet to the fire a little bit more. I think South Burlington has made some impressive moves forward to facilitate those. But there's no accountability. Like, you can't go to, all right, we won't throw any cities under the bus here, but there's no accountability for, hey, you're not pulling your weight. Is that the kind of the foundation of your question?
I was just curious about, I mean, from a county perspective, right? How is the problem analyzed? And then, I mean, every city or town is different, right? And so they each have their own parcels of land. I mean, Burlington, I perceive, doesn't have as much available land as South Burlington does for new construction, right? Unless they rehab something. So, and then Williston is booming right now, but I don't know how much affordable housing is going into Williston, right?
Yeah, so there's certainly a difference between Burlington, where it's mostly developed, South Burlington, where our city center, where the targeted growth is desired, is largely built out. But I think that highlights the need for contributions, because redevelopment of existing properties is very costly. And, we continually hear frustration from community members who, they see unutilized property sitting idle, and why isn't that being redeveloped? Money. It comes down to money. That's part of it. We can come back with some testimony supportive of that. But those funds absolutely could be used to move forward a project that may not pencil previously.
Could I
Yes,
just add a few
certainly.
things? So I worked with the committee, of course, as my former trust fund membership. And these 3 items are really distinctly quite separate. So the trust fund has been used very successfully to fill a gap in nonprofit development fundraising for a development, and providing that very local money that's so important when they go to the Conservation Board in Montpelier, or they go to the Home Loan Bank for the funding. It's just and so a $50,000 increment is nice, especially if it accumulates like it did over COVID time, and we actually had some real money, some substantial money that Summit ended up using for their project. So 150 is sort of a reflection of the need to have that available to build from one year to the next, so that it could be meaningful for whatever the next project is. And I'm not saying that there's a project that I'm aware of, but it's just very handy to have that cash. The land bank idea really came from Habitat, and that was one of the ARPA applications that wasn't funded because of the ARPA deadline. because it could, but in fact, soon after, there was land available for them to buy that they couldn't. Okay, the timing was just not right. And that, so there's not really any, there was no discussion of having the trust fund administer the revolving fund. It was really two separate things. The revolving fund would need a mechanism for understanding how the city revolved that, if you will, if a loan or a grant or some interaction with Treasury to make that work. Yeah.
Okay. Well, going back to when we created the Housing Trust Fund, I think our initial conversation was $100,000.
Right.
And then, I can't remember what happened, but
It
we
was.
had
It was 100,000 initially.
yes, and then
That's the original proposal.
that was the original proposal, and then we had to cut back because of financing. But, so that, just for newer members, that was the starting point in 2016 was $100,000, not 50. Yes.
Chris, we spoke a little bit about this when we all chatted, but can you just describe, I guess Mackenzie Scott made this really generous donation to the Champlain Housing Trust, and how you see that donation maybe intersecting with some of this cash, and how you see that donation kind of helping the community, meet its affordable housing goals. And
Yeah. So, we had a nice discussion of, hey, so CHC just got a lot of money, right? So what do you need this money for?
Yeah.
Was kind of the crux of it, and which is a fair question. And I think one of the most eye-opening things for me as a Affordable Housing Committee members when we visited one of the new projects in Winooski, and the cost to develop one unit of affordable housing at that time was $250,000 per unit. So later in discussions with Summit, I think that cost was actually closer to $500,000 per unit. So, it's just, there's a high standard, and there should be, with affordable housing, into which that's built so it's sustainable, affordable, and safe and accessible. But the cost per unit is prohibitive. So if you were to take the 20 million, you assume it was just 250,000 a unit. I mean, that's a 80 unit brick and mortar building. That's no supportive services. That's no ongoing salaries to take care of. And so if I can't speak for CHD, but if their service region ranges from Chittenden County all the way up to Franklin County and Grand Isle, that's a large footprint. So one 80-unit building to utilize that with no ongoing funding, it doesn't go very far. I do understand that they are using the funds not for development, but for other supportive services, which is fantastic. It's an area that doesn't get a lot of attention in affordable housing. It's the, okay, you just put two folks in who are transitioning from homelessness, but without those supportive services to help them along, to help them find success on their path back into home ownership. It's something that just doesn't get a lot of attention in the press.
Okay. Other?
So just one other comment with regard to Tim's question about the region. I mean, CCRPC does a lot of statistical work around collecting the results of building. They don't have a big role in developing any, and you know that our county system is on the weaker side of that. And if there's, with regard to the CHT money, there is a, Michael Monty did publish a list of how they plan on using that, if it's something you'd like to see. I think it's available. Their Cornerstone
Next
fundraising luncheon is the 9th.
Friday, yeah.
Next week? No,
next week,
next
yeah.
week, Thursday.
This Thursday.
Where some of that will also be discussed.
Yeah.
This week.
So if you think about a person like Mackenzie Scott having this available funds to, CHT didn't apply to her for that. She discovered that that's her organization discovers in each state things. So it was, I think it was a surprise to everybody that this came, but it was it's pretty well spelled out. And I just want to reiterate what Chris said. It's supportive services in their program. It's beyond just building buildings. They have to staff them up, and which is difficult under any circumstance. But to have the salaries for supportive staff, which are social workers and other folks like that. So.
Okay. Are there, yes,
can I just
I
say-
have some questions for you, but you go ahead.
Oh, for me?
Well, yeah, but no, you do your thing first.
I just wanted to add one more point to Tim's question, which is CCRPC does kind of the data analysis, the leading the building homes together, and then also Vermont Housing Finance Agency and Vermont Housing and Conservation Board really have stringent criteria about how subsidy funds are doled out across the state. You know, when you think about housing just at the Chittenden County level, we are not big enough to do that. We need to think about the whole state and how we use those state subsidy dollars, because these, as Chris mentioned, these projects are hugely subsidized both at the state level and the federal level. And Andrew, I'm not sure you're aware of this. I'm on the CHT board, so I'd be happy to talk to you more about the Mackenzie Scott funds if you would like.
I was going to ask, in terms of the city government ability to monitor or manage a revolving fund. We don't really have any revolving fund. Well, we sort of do, I guess, with the money we take in for water and sewer and the energy. But water and sewer isn't small, but that isn't really a revolving fund, I guess. So what is the...
and it's revolving to us, which is a very different thing.
Which is very different, yeah. So what would the city need? What would we have to invest in addition to supporting a land bank in terms of making sure that, you know, our auditor doesn't say, oops?
So Amy actually just joined us. She would be a great person to talk about the Mackenzie Scott money. So there are a number of different ways a structure like this could be set up. If the council moves forward this recommendation, staff would look at how many other communities have revolving loan funds like this. Some do it in-house internally and revolve them out to other entities, other nonprofits or businesses. Some actually contract with a third-party entity to revolve them, so they're funded. In this case, it could either of those tools would work. It could also work to just directly fund an organization like Habitat or CHT, and grant the money to them and have them manage it.
Right.
There are a number of different ways we could do it, and I would, you know, if directed, staff would put together some options for you to consider.
Okay.
I'll speak up. I think it is time for us to increase the Housing Trust Fund. I think 2016 was a long time ago, and we have not kept it up with inflation. I certainly understand that we have a lot of big questions to consider when we look at the final budget numbers, but I really expect us to take a hard look at the Housing Trust Fund line. And I am in favor of this land revolving fund. It's something that had been discussed.
I know, that was my vision for the million.
Right. And it is a nice way for the city to invest in land and invest in home ownership to get people who cannot get into the market rate housing that we have in South Burlington, get them into the market, and then hopefully get them to, you know, to be able to increase their equity. I find that it's a model that has a lot of benefits, and we, as a city, I think, see the value in bringing inclusivity throughout the city. So in those areas where there is still the possibility to develop these multi-unit or single-family homes, and it could be redeveloped land as well, just like we saw on Heinsberg Road, to bring home ownership into the city in ways that are, you know, smaller developments as opposed to these big PUDs. I find it to be very attractive. I think it creates opportunities where there are just little parcels or little pieces that the city could be a partner to. So I do hope that when we're looking at the use of the ARPA funds, that we could consider kind of starting that up, depending, again, I know we have a lot to balance, but I certainly see it as something that is worthy of our consideration.
Okay, other comments from the council? I mean, I don't know if we have to make a decision tonight,
Right.
but we should have a conversation.
I agree
about-
the housing trust fund needs to grow.
Pardon me?
I agree with the comments about the housing trust fund. The revolver, I think we need to talk about.
Yeah, I think that increases do. The revolving fund is interesting, but it's like, the two sources of money, where do they have their most effect? And it seems like the revolving fund would be more pointed towards Green Mountain Habitat for Humanity, right? So, which would be very small scale infill development, right, of home ownership, whereas,
Right.
the larger, the Summit took a large chunk, right, for the two buildings that they're building for, and it eliminated it paid for the permits essentially, plus more, right? So, there's two boxing gloves there. There's a big one with, multi-unit buildings, and then there's a small one for Habitat for Humanity, which is really valuable, I think,
Smaller
that I-
scale. I think it's smaller scale. Which
Yeah,
is
it's a
of
smaller
interest too.
scale, and it's home ownership.
Diversity, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
I mean, it
I-
starts to look at that kind of missing middle, although I think Habitat has a relative, they have an income level, so it's probably not two young professionals, but it's, more income than needing to be subsidized on a monthly basis to pay for one's utilities and taxes.
I can tell you it's 80% of the median.
80% of the median, okay. Other thoughts? I mean, I would also agree that I think it's probably time to increase the housing trust fund. And I do find it very attractive to think about having a revolving fund with home ownership as the end piece. But I also have to look at the other things we want to use the ARPA funds for, and but we also do have some other funds that we have at our disposal that aren't, are one time. So I would definitely want to include that in our conversation. I don't know what the impact is of eliminating the impact fees, but that is another piece. I mean, I guess I would need to look at those numbers to see, okay, are we gonna, is the planning department, planning and zoning gonna lose, 25% of their income needed for personnel and to carry on their work, and then that has to be found somewhere else too. So it does have, and I don't know, I understand why you would like to reduce that.
Could I just add a clarification on the impact fee? Because that actually came up in our discussions, like, well, if you just waive these fees, you're just raising taxes elsewhere. The intent, and we probably should have captured this in the motion here, is that it's revenue neutral to the planning and zoning.
Right.
So that while the impact fees for whatever threshold that we set would be offset for development on the other end of the scale. So higher end units would pay a higher impact fee. So the intent is that it would be revenue neutral to the city.
All right, well, I think that would be important in our discussion. Other thoughts or comments? Okay, well, we would encourage you to come back with the language and work with, I guess, our attorney or whoever writes the language. for us.
Writes the language for.
Well, for us. if
The
we-
actual motion that was
The
passed
actual-
by the two committees. I thought that was
So it's clear.
submitted,
So
but
the direction.
we
would
can
be
double check.
Clear.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I thank you for your work.
Thank you for allocating this much time to affordable housing.
Thank you.
It means a lot that you had this forum and considered these options. This is one of my favorite discussions that we've had at affordable housing this year, among many great discussions. But this was just the camaraderie and the just everyone was kind of on the same page of how we're moving forward with this recommendation. So that was great. Thank you for your time.
It looks like Roger Goslin might want to say something. Is there anyone in the audience also who wanted to comment on this? Okay.
I think
Does Roger?
I think Roger's mic just may be on. He's
Oh,
one of
okay.
our fire staff.
Oh, okay. He's just on call.
Hanging out.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Let's see. Item 10, further consider a proposed residential rental ordinance. And Steve Locke is going to take us through the next draft. And I'm assuming a lot of people in the audience want to speak on this.
Good evening. Would you like me to?
Housing people or rental people?
Good evening. I'll tee it up and we'll have a conversation and
Great.
take public comment after. It's okay. So we're here again tonight to talk about short-term rental registration and rental registry in general. I think this is the fourth time we've been before you. Made some changes to the proposed ordinance based on previous conversations. And then at our last meeting, we told you that we would bring you back a solution for funding perhaps the building renovation construction cost to allow for this division to be housed within the fire department. So the first kind of phase of that is the two substantial changes which we had talked about at previous meetings, which was the rate charged to permanently affordable units. So earlier versions charged all units the same fee, and this version reduces that to zero. So it took away any fee for those units that are considered permanently affordable. And the second was adding an exemption for the existing short-term rentals, units that are being used as Airbnbs. And my read of the temperature the last time we were together is that that's the direction the council was looking to go. So we created an exemption until that property is sold, and then it would no longer be eligible to be used as a short-term rental. So that was that's what's before you in this draft. That's the substantial change, and then as well, it is a solution working with finance director to ensure that this was possible. Was the use of creating a fund, a special fund that would allow us to leverage existing city fund balance, but pay it back over a 10-year basically through the user fees to cover the cost of construction, anticipated construction for an addition to the fire station. It does include, the proposal is a one-time fee of fund balance, or at least $500,000, and then the remaining 1.3 is paid back through the user fees. It is quite possible that either through our growth in units greater than what we anticipate, or lesser expenses, that would be done more quickly. And that would require less fund balance. But this is one option that would allow you to achieve what we believe you're looking for, and all within a special fund paid back through over 10 years. It has been approved by our finance director, who also checked in with our auditors, and she's in the room if you have any questions on kind of how that funding mechanism works. And so those are the kind of the two big things, the two big whys that you were asking for, and we hope that we have addressed those as you saw fit. So with that, I'll certainly take any questions.
I had a question on the assistance fund, and it slowly rises, and I guess I was wondering the short-term unit numbers you anticipate going down, but the assistance fund stays pretty steady. So I'm just curious who we'd be assisting.
So the intention of the $5 per unit, market rate unit, that would go into an assistance fund is to create a special reserve fund that would allow a property owner perhaps who was income sensitized. We'd have to develop some rules around it, but needed assistance perhaps putting escape windows in, or some new expense that this ordinance created for them in order to continue to have an apartment. They would then be able to apply for those funds. The reason it continues to go up is because the projections did not show any drawdown over the time, but we believe there'd be $5 per unit. So of the 2,500 units the first year, there's maybe $12,000 available, and if that's all gone 1 year, then it's gone. Otherwise, it would carry over into year 2.
Right, but I guess my question is, at some point, since we're not allowing any new.
So these are this could be even for even a long-term rental. So right now, because they're not subject to the rental registry, they wouldn't know that they are subject to the code.
Okay.
If I could just add a sentence to that, the point of this isn't to be punitive against property owners. It's really to be a tool to ensure all of our rental units meet those health and safety standards. So if the fund helps us provide assistance when a property owner needs to do an improvement, that will help them and help the resident living there.
Okay.
My only fear would be that you'd have to have some really stringent guidelines on who's eligible for those funds, right? Because, you have a lot of LLCs that own properties on East Terrace, right, that are rented out to UVM students, right? And you wouldn't want to help them.
And it's not a big pot of money, to be honest, right? It's I think it would help those that need it the most, but it's not a substantial pot of money. In today's building construction cost, it's not a substantial amount of money, but for someone to help them get over the finish line, it may be just what they need.
Would it be like we would help them with a percentage of the cost, or a revolving? You don't know yet. It's a pot.
It's an idea that we felt that would be attractive to you as part of trying to get to a solution without knowing that this could create for some property owners an additional expense.
So one particular type of a person that owns a house and they like to do short-term rentals within the house of 2 bedrooms, let's say, and they need to put in hardwired and connected smoke detectors, something like that, right? That would
Except for, I would correct you to say the long-term rentals.
Long-term. Well, no,
not short-term.
We're supposed to allow short-term, if it's inside their unit.
Oh, sure. As a single family owner occupied. Yes, looking.
Right. So that's the kind of thing that you want to help out. Okay.
Yeah, no, I got that.
But not if they own 2 more houses down the street.
Okay. Other.
Yeah, I'd like you to articulate the difference between our rental rules and the home share program. I've heard people talk about the home share program.
Sure. So I had a good conversation with someone from Home Share earlier. Well, I guess it was later last week. And so my understanding of Home Share, that would still fall under that's allowed, that's permissible. Mm-hmm. It would require under this draft that it register. Mm-hmm. And under this draft would require it to be inspected as a rental. Mm-hmm. but it is permissible.
And the electrical and fire inspection would all be included. So home share does not bypass local ordinances.
That is correct.
Okay.
But they would have to pay the cost per unit, or
They would have to pay the cost per unit.
the annual fee?
Yes. That's not currently one of the exemptions listed.
Oh. I get that.
I mean, I do think that if I could just interrupt you, I think if you saw Councilor Chalnick's amendment today, I think that's what you were trying to
That's what I was
achieve.
going towards.
I think that's what you were trying to achieve.
That.
that does exempt in that case from having to pay a registration fee. That would exempt me if I'm renting a room out in my apartment, and we're going to share the kitchen. Say I have a home and I'm gonna share the kitchen and living room, but you get a bedroom and a bathroom. That would exempt that property from having to pay the rental registry fee and the inspection. So that is not in this draft. That is in your email.
Right. So if I can explain that a little bit. So.
But can we first maybe talk to Connor, who's from Home Share? He might add some additional information for Tim. Do you have anything to add, or would you prefer hearing?
I mean, I'm mostly on a listening tour. Stephen and I had a conversation just the other day that was just dipping our toes into this because I haven't been following the 4 drafts, and I'm new to this position. But I think it sounds like there are folks looking into this at a higher level. But I think, in digging around, I did some research and looking at what other cities have been doing, specifically, notably Burlington has sort of carved out an exemption for owner-occupied units, I guess we'd call them units, where it's someone living there and they're renting out a room in their home, a single family home. So, I mean, from my perspective, we just talked about how it's $250,000 to $500,000 per unit for affordable housing. Home Share does it for $2,700, and that's a really affordable way to house folks who need that housing. And so anything that comes up as a barrier or a challenge for that is something that gets on my radar. But I didn't come here to speak necessarily as much as to listen. Okay. But I will just say that that's on my radar as a part of the affordable housing picture here. Making sure that we can make sure our units and the folks who are taking advantage of that are able to continue to do that with the least amount of barriers possible, because there are a lot already built in. So. Okay,
well, thank you. So, Andrew, why don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, do you have another question?
So backing up on Home Share, so my mother-in-law used Home Share back in 2006, 7, 8, 9, before she passed away at Dorset Park. And there was a woman that lived with her, and basically she got her lodging for free in exchange for a lot of hours spent with my mother-in-law, caring for her, cooking, taking her around the neighborhood in a wheelchair. You probably saw her if you were in Dorset Park when being pushed around with her dog sitting in her lap. So I'm just curious if the model has changed for that, because if it's sort of like a barter situation and it's not outright payment, I wonder how that would fall underneath what we're, drawing up as.
Well, maybe
as rules.
Andrew has some language that might address that. Yeah.
Well, sure. I guess my perspective on this is that, when we regulate, we're asking people to do a lot, not just pay fees, but potentially spend a lot of money to, bring their units up to code, and that can be expensive. It'd be a lot of work, and I think we need to do that with great care and humility, and exercise our power judiciously and sparingly. And from my perspective, if someone has a roommate, and that roommate, has run of the house, or there's a home share, that it feels to me really intrusive for a regulatory body, city, to come in and inspect a piece of the house and charge fees and force that homeowner to make changes. I don't know exactly what the home sharing economics are, whether it's barter or what the fees are. We have the person on the line who presumably can answer that. It feels to me really intrusive. honestly. And I see Burlington's carved that out. I haven't checked other jurisdictions, but it feels to me like something that we should carve out and not regulate.
And just so you know, we did not count any of those or estimate any of those in any of our modeling. So from a number of units inspected, it would be negligible, if any. So we did not count any of those.
Well, I think home share's been around for, I don't know, maybe 30 years.
Yeah, we've been around for 40 years.
Okay, ages me, doesn't it?
And so I think I'll just speak to quickly that the economics are the same. So folks will pay anywhere between a range of $6.50 is the maximum for Chittenden County down to $0, depending on the amount of services they're exchanging. We don't do personal care, but it can be just like, I didn't catch the name of the gentleman whose mother-in-law had used the service, but it can be everything from helping with groceries, helping with some cooking once or twice a week. We have a home share that has been going on for almost a decade that all they really needed was someone to play chess or Scrabble with them once a week. This is something that really helps people age in place in a way that is very unique and is definitely outside of what I would call market forces. And I think that's what's worth noting about this is the work that's going on at home share is not really entering the market in the way that, say, an Airbnb or anything else like that would be. Everything, even our highest level, is well below market rate, almost half. So.
Yeah, and that I appreciate. I mean, thinking of au pairs, for instance, people who take live-in nannies. I don't think that there is a process where there's a requirement that the house be up to code. My level of concern, and it comes from a personal story. My great-grandmother died in a home where there weren't working fire detectors, and she died of smoke inhalation. So it is, I think, also, even though it is intruding, we are also intruding to provide adequate protection for our residents and sometimes our most vulnerable residents. And I don't know where that line should be drawn. I'd really like us to explore it. I don't think that any intrusion should be considered as simply hostile and inappropriate. I think that making sure that smoke detectors work is something when we are placing people in the care of other people through our various systems and agencies. We want to make sure that there aren't vulnerable populations that are potentially living in conditions that could expose them to, to outcomes that we would grieve. I think that we would really regret, and they would regret, their families would regret. So, government is the friend when there's a crisis, right? So we have to think about that day of crisis and how might we, through our ordinance, be preparing for that need that might arise. So I'm sensitive to what you're saying, and I understand the expenses, and I am glad to see that there is a fund there. I agree with Tim that it's going to be really, really important for there to be very clear guidelines as to who accesses that fund, at what time is it available. The whole application process should be very, very clear and fair. But I'm not quite clear that there should be no inspection. I'm not there. I think that there should be an inspection. I think that we should potentially, create a second, set of guidelines, somewhere in between where Burlington is, which is kind of hands-off from what I understand with regard to home share, and similar situations where we have residents taking in long-term renters in their homes. I'm not quite hands-off. I'm not quite there. I think that there needs to be some way for those renters to have recourse in case something is not being done correctly. And that their well-being is potentially not being protected, fully protected. Some people need to have that assistance. So I don't quite know where that spot is.
So I don't know how to make the distinction between somebody who owns a house that has 3 bedrooms, they live in one, and they Airbnb out 2 of the bedrooms, for visiting nurses, let's say. How do you make that distinction between that house and the same exact unit, the same exact household that just advertises for a couple of roommates on Craigslist, that are not short term, I guess they're long term or as long as the people stay. I don't know how you make that distinction, right? And then since money is changing hands in both situations, one's more commercial than the other one. I mean, do we then say, well, I would insist that we make sure that they have hardwired smoke detectors and with carbon monoxide as well?
Well, and I think Andrew's thought is, this is just,
30 days or more.
yeah, but I mean,
Airbnb would be regulated.
this is
You have a
much
roommate,
more
you have a
casual, what
roommate.
you were thinking about.
Yeah, exactly. A roommate, you wouldn't. At least that's conceptually how.
We used to have people stay with us when our kids were gone. We had all these bedrooms and we liked people, even when the kids were little, we would have them live with us and in exchange, they might do some gardening or, there was no money exchanged. It was, they were looking for a place to live. We had a nice house. We liked to meet people. And they lived with us for a while and did a few things in return. But it was, we weren't inspected. I don't,
No, everybody's allowed to have house guests, right?
well, these were
Yeah.
more than house guests.
Yeah,
They weren't, related to us or
True,
anything.
but there were still guests in your house, right?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. But,
So we get some gray zones that have
I
developed here.
think
which-
you do have some
Yeah.
gray zones,
Yeah.
and I think your language is trying to address that.
Is.
I don't know that there's a gray zone. I think we see them as the ordinance requiring them to be inspected, registered, and inspected.
There's some policy gray zones that we.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The ordinance has written
I wanted
clear.
to ensure
The
that
ordinance is written is clear, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding what you were talking about gray zones.
Does Dan Albrecht, did you want to make a comment? You have your voice thing on. Well, it looks like you're muted, sorry.
His mic is off in his room.
Okay, try now. Nope. No?
Your mic's not working, Dan.
Okay. All right, well,
So a potential medium spot is when the inspection occurs, that the tenant be made fully aware of the shortfalls. I think there needs to be transparency and accountability that the tenant potentially, would take on. If we're going to make an exemption, that the tenant would at least have understanding. I don't have a bedroom window that the firefighters could crawl into, right?
Yeah, but-
Or the smoke detector. I'd like one, even if it's not wired. I want one right in the hallway outside of my room. I mean, there are things I think that we could do as a city to ensure that the renters in these kind of middle area properties that are and I was contacted by 2 people, that it's expensive for people to do all of this work, and they're renting out because they need the revenue in order to have their homes. At the same time, we need to think about who they're going to be bringing into their homes, and we need to prepare for that day of crisis and make sure that everybody knows the situation, and that they also know that the city is paying attention, and that if there is a situation that the tenant doesn't feel comfortable with, that they can bring it to the city council, right? That they can bring it to the city and say, this needs to be reviewed. I think that giving them, a sense that we are watching, we are aware, and that this is something that matters to us, your well-being, that gives the renters the ability, and I understand that it's hard for some renters to come forward So that is the voice in my mind as I say this, but at least there is somebody to contact. And then, the city can act.
So if we look at the language that's proposed, that was meant to be responsive to our last conversation, are there additional thoughts about that? And so I know you have some, Andrew, and on the draft, the new language is all in red, and if there's other questions people have, I think it would be helpful to go through that. So do you want to go through? We can.
So in addition to this discussion that we just had, and I still think that it would be really heavy-handed to regulate home share and roommates, honestly. I would like to limit the exemption for existing short-term rentals in two ways. One, I think it should be effective as of now, not of the effective date of the ordinance. Like, let's put a date in there so that we, kind of, so we don't have more, right, as we speak, while we're continuing to work on this ordinance, right? Let's put a date there. And
Date for additional Airbnbs, is that what you mean?
yeah, just let's make the date today, not the date some point in the future.
And just so you know, we chose a date in the future, meaning July 1, to try to counter off a potential litigation that could say, we didn't know, we didn't have the ability, and other people did. So that was our reasoning.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't make any difference to us. We're just
we
just want to let you know the reasoning behind it.
We had the discussion last time that we were going to do that. So now this is the second time we're having the discussion. So people are on notice. Unless the city attorney tells us we're at real risk, I'd like to put a date. So
I think it would always have to be the date of the ordinance being effective.
no, it doesn't have to be. It can be the date we pick. It can be. We're announcing today. That happens all the time with regs. When the regs are proposed and discussed or announced, that is often the date.
In ordinance?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
I think there's a little bit different. I would feel more comfortable with the date that the ordinance goes into effect, being that, so say we pass it on March 7th, that it be March 7th as opposed to an earlier date. Just because we're having public hearings on that date, I think there are some instances where an ordinance might go into effect ahead of time, but those provisions are that if ultimately doesn't get passed, or if it ultimately is overturned.
I'm not suggesting anything goes into effect before the date, but that when it goes into effect, the exemption would be for Airbnbs through what's today, November 6th.
Retroactive?
Not retroactive, through to today. If someone opens up an Airbnb tomorrow, that would not be exempted. And they're on notice that we're having this discussion
Well, that
right
was
now.
like interim zoning, right?
They're on notice.
LDR changes are kind of like that, right?
Yes, that's what I meant. I'm sorry, the LDL.
So
Yeah.
that's one thing. The second thing, I'd love to, if we can, limit the exemption to locally owned and operated Airbnbs, like maybe Chittenden County residents or something like that. We've heard a lot of comments from folks, and I think those comments are valid about the out-of-state Airbnbs. So if that's something we can do, I think we should do it.
Couldn't that be aliased by somebody's, creating a local LLC?
No. They have to, represent to us who the ultimate individual beneficial owners are.
And where they live.
Yeah, they have to tell us that. And on
Well,
their,
don't we already asked for that in this?
yeah, they have to tell us, on their form who they are.
Shell games.
No, at the end of the day, there'll be someone that actually owns something.
The concern for me also concerns that there are concerns residents who bought their homes in a residential neighborhood and are finding themselves surrounded by commercial properties. I find that they too have a stake that is potentially put at risk through this protection of pre-existing properties. And I think that they have grounds to be, I think to bring to our attention that we are not respecting the residential zoning that we have in place by allowing some areas in town to be, if not majority, at least a good proportion of it being commercial Airbnbs, year-round Airbnbs. I think that has a real compelling, it's a compelling argument for me.
Well, do you think the rules that we are putting in place in terms of not having parties and having someone locally that you can complain to or that the city can complain to if there's a noise ordinance, doesn't that help mitigate some of those negative experiences of neighborhoods?
Oh, I think it helps mitigate, but I think it doesn't restore a feeling of a neighborhood. And I mean, it even comes down to a dog barking. That can be a real nuisance to neighbors. And how do we're working on noise ordinance, about construction noise. How can a dog barking, be considered a nuisance, right? So there are things, I think, that are compounded when you have several properties in one small area that are Airbnbs, as opposed to, one per 2 or 3 blocks, right? Which
So
is
your
the case in
solution
my
would be
area.
closing down Airbnbs in the city?
Ideally, I think that they should be owner occupied, not closing down, but they should be owner occupied or be ADUs. At the last meeting, I understood that I was in the minority. And I don't know if I can see that Andrew's shifting a little bit here. Well, to the Vermont-based ownership.
That was my position last time.
Okay, I don't remember that from the last time, but I think that, okay, all right. And I think that, we have to respond to those homeowners who are saying that we no longer have the conditions that we bought into. And by allowing these pre-existing properties continue indefinitely, we are going to have to determine what we do now. And potentially, our home ownership rights are being violated and our land property values, have decreased. That might be an issue that, they, I think, could legitimately bring forward to us. I'm also very interested in knowing the legal questions here around pre-existing. Is it something that is going to hold up in court? The fact that we allow some but no new ones, is that something that we can defend based on precedent? The residents who came forward with concerns, they have precedent showing that removing all pre-existing single-family homes that are Airbnbs is in fact what is held up in court. So,
Would you like a response? I mean, that was one of the things we talked about, and I think you've had that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that with all short-term rental regulations, there's litigation ongoing across the whole country. And as we know, the city of Burlington's ordinance right now is being challenged in court, and they have similar restrictions to ours about primary residence requirements. And that is being challenged in court. It's been interesting, there are different rulings in different jurisdictions on similar requirements. For instance, the primary residence or the requirement that you reside in an area has been challenged successfully in some places. And it's been upheld in other places. So I think that with passage of an ordinance of this type, we're with the law that is not settled, because most of these regulations are fairly new, we risk a challenge. So I can't say that we can rely on any particular precedent to say ours is rock solid. And so I think that by imposing regulations requiring residencies, we potentially face some sort of court challenge. And we can't determine the outcome on that really until the U.S. Supreme Court weighs in on a lot of these questions that have been raised in other jurisdictions.
Tim?
I think, so the key factor for me is that if you live in a typical residential neighborhood in South Burlington, right, that you can't build a hotel. You know, let's say 3 houses burned down. You can't build a hotel there because it's not zoned for that. So what's the difference between not allowing the zoning of a hotel and somebody renting out their place every weekend, you know, over and over and over again? To me, I don't see the difference, which implies to me that then planning and zoning has the authority to say that you can't do that with your residents if you don't reside there. You know, I mean, it seems pretty simple that in terms of a short-term rental, if it's not allowed in the zoning, it's not allowed, period. Therefore, you would have to do away with it. And I think that we would have the legal basis to do that. Because you can't run a hotel out of your house. It's not allowed.
Colin, do you have any?
My only response to that would be that this ordinance has been drafted kind of as our general ordinance, and not under the LDRs. This doesn't come from the Planning Commission. It hasn't gone through that process. It's generally a general ordinance that's being adopted by you, which is slightly different than the zoning. But at the same time, I think that that is exactly what we're trying to address, is to regulate the like what you can use your residence for. So we're putting restrictions on residential ownership and residential use. Just not to the same degree as banning it in a zoning district or unzoning it. It's just putting restrictions on the use.
Could someone just confirm or correct my memory? The figure of 40% of our single-family homes or potentially residences in South Burlington are occupied by out-of-state residents, people who are here for less than 6 months. Was that a figure that Paul brought forward?
I have not heard that.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that figure either.
It was a big number. That's all I remember, and I have to find it.
Well, Larry, yes.
So
go
just
ahead.
a couple of questions. I'm sort of new to this discussion, and I know it's been going on for a while. First off, is there, Steve, you mentioned your memo has short-term units listed as 65? Is that?
So currently, we know there are, through some research, there's about 75 units being used in the city as an Airbnb or as a short-term rental.
Right.
So I just decreased it by 10 to be conservative.
Okay. But the market rate unit's 2,500. So in terms of, let me just ask this. The focus of this discussion is on these short-term rentals. Have we passed an ordinance for all the rest of the apartments that are considered market rate, or is this the same discussion?
So in hindsight, it may have been better to decouple these two issues from a rental registry versus regulation of short-term rentals. We are attempting to create a rental registry and regulate short-term rentals all in the same ordinance. So currently there are more like 3,500 units of rental housing, and about 900 of those are permanently affordable.
So that's my point, is that we're talking about a relatively small number of
Very small.
issues, a small number of units that are causing heartache in the community, as opposed to the 2,500 units that need to have a system of inspection. And and this is the basis of what you're going to support a staff to do. And I'm not sure why we can't separate those two. And what not is not to say there aren't going to be issues with regard to the larger number, but that might be maybe simpler, or we won't have as many variations of the theme here that is this discussion.
I would just say, I think we're really close. I think we're just having a little bit of concern over the short-term rentals and how we regulate that. And I just, this is, I think, the fourth time we brought drafts. It'd be nice to be able to get this over the finish line versus decoupling it and starting this process back over, given that our concern really comes down about how we're going to manage 65 units and what that looks like within our community. Or 75 units, put the number, but it's less than 100.
And proposed to be declining as we impose a hefty fee, and people start eliminating their.
I think that is our hope.
So would it be helpful to go back to the language, and if there's concerns about some of the definitions, we could start there? Unless people really want to decouple, but I think you've spent so much time, it would be nice to be able to try to solve just the plain old generic safety for renters in our community. And then this other issue of short-term rentals through Airbnb or other platforms.
Madam Chair, I think Andrew's recommendation does decouple a big problem that would be tough to capture. Those renting out a room in my house, we share everything else. The fire chief says to me we still could have some. You still may have a place without smoke detectors. That's possible, but that does take away probably not a large segment of our rental units, and one that's often done. I have a roommate for a couple months or something along those lines. So I guess as the fire chief, I would say I can overcome that. I can feel okay that we're catching the majority of our units, and so that language does, I think, help you to take away a segment that would be a challenge for us to regulate.
Okay. Well, I think I would support that personally. I don't know if anyone else would.
If I read those words.
Sure.
So, we're talking conceptually, but what I wrote was an exemption for units that are rented to the same tenant or tenants each for 30 or more consecutive days. And consist of one or two rooms in a unit in which the tenant or tenants have access to the same shared living and kitchen space as the other occupants of the unit.
And that would be inserted where in the draft?
In the exemption, in the section of which units are exempted.
Okay.
But of 30 days or more.
Yeah.
So again, if somebody was Airbnb-ing their bedroom for the weekend, huh?
My language would not
exempted.
exclude them. Would not exclude them. They'd be covered. They'd be regulated.
They'd be regulated. Okay.
Yeah. Because the
Right.
Airbnb figure is the accumulation. It's not one client or renter who rents for 30 days or more.
Because that doesn't feel to me like a home share or a roommate. If you're Airbnb for.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just can I just ask, as a fire department member, right, in the area, I just like to review from your historical perspective, right? I mean, we're trying to do the right thing here in ensuring that every home is safe, right? And a lot of homes that are new or have been built in the last X number of years are considered to be safe because they meet current code, right? But from your experience, I mean, how many events have there been in the last 25 years where a smoke detector, a CO detector, in South Burlington or Burlington, was the cause of either a fatality or severe burns or, something that was traumatic. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I can think back to 96 at the Redstone Apartments, right? There was a CO event there. There was one in 86 it's Burlington, right?
There's always going to be issues. We cannot control everything, and I would encourage you not to let great get in the way of good. So
Not to let what?
Don't let great get in the way of good.
No.
And so at this point, really, you're trying your best to regulate the most units you can, and I think that you're getting really close. And so I think that's where I think from my historical perspective said, you know what, I feel pretty comfortable that we're going to catch the majority of units.
What I'm getting at is from your perspective from fire safety, right? How important it is for these units that we're trying to cover to be up to code, right? From your experience in going to specific events at homes, right?
I guess I don't know how to answer it with the exception of there are always tragedies that happen and we do our best to catch them. I don't know that I can't offer you specific examples.
All right, thanks.
Well, I think there's also somewhere I read different recommendations for the number of units in one of the larger facilities that you actually inspect. I mean,
Our objective will be to be in all of them.
eventually, but not
Yes.
the first year.
Not the first year.
So you do, 10, and then it's a different 10, and so in a given year, it's just a sampling. And that's standard practice. I mean, I can't imagine any city being able to inspect every single rental unit on an annual basis. My God.
It takes a long time in Burlington.
Okay. Well, that's one, and that's under the rental unit exclusions. Okay. What's the feeling? Well,
I'm not asking you to do this at the moment, but given that we are kind of 4 conversations into this, and I think you are close, and I think you are really talking around the edges, it would be helpful to give us direction with a vote.
okay. Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. So this was an amendment. I mean, I'm asking you to go through the red line stuff.
Yeah, I
in
think
this
the other
draft.
two big ones, or at least are you, because I sensed from our last conversation that you wanted to move forward with an exemption for existing short-term rentals, and I know, Megan, that we had the conversation.
Concerned about neighborhoods that have.
And so this draft exempts them. I know there is an amendment that would look about Chittenden County. I think we have concerns about that, so that this draft doesn't restrict that, and it increases a pretty hefty fee for existing as a disincentive, to be quite honest.
I
And
would
so
increase that in some areas because I think some people, that is a big sum, and other people it would not be a big sum. So I would look at.
$800 a day.
No. We're talking about the fee to be.
Oh, just the fee to
be
sign up and be one.
right,
It's
to-
it's
to
$1,000.
we proposed 1,000 annually.
I would propose that go up to 3,000 in some areas of the city.
Helen, can we maybe
What?
put some vote on some of this?
Yes,
Because
that's-
this way the conversation
I am trying to
doesn't
get
keep
there.
and then move on to the other pieces.
So I'm trying, and you're not listening. So let's go to this exemption or the insert. How do people feel about that? Shall we vote on that? Are you ready to vote on that?
I would like to go back to the list of rights or the Bill of Rights for renters. I would like to have a transparent accounting of how that property inspection went. If it's not going to be inspected, I think it should be made clear to the renter that it's not been inspected. I think there should be something.
But they're exempt, this would exempt them from even signing up, so we don't even know about them. So how do you have a renter's bill of rights to someone
Put
who's
it on our website. Put it
your
out somewhere.
friend's, your son's friend who is coming to town for a job and you're willing to have him rent a
I don't
room
know.
in your house?
I think that there should be some kind of acknowledgement that these homes have not been inspected. And if
Well,
it's just
if
on
you
our
can
website.
find a place in this ordinance to insert that,
Or, yeah,
you know, come up with it.
well, I don't know if
Can
it's
I make
gonna,
a statement about
Yeah.
process? So I know there's folks chatting in the chat. Just want to remind folks, we are not monitoring the chat for content. We're only monitoring the chat for your interest in speaking. Right now, the council is having their own discussion in public about a potential draft of an ordinance to move forward. Once they have an idea of where they're going, I'm certain the chair will call for
Yes.
public comment on that direction. So that is forthcoming. And then, of course, anything that they decide tonight will then need to be warned for a first reading and go through a full set of
Right.
public hearings.
So it's
So
not a
many,
final
many
decision.
opportunities to be heard.
Thank you. So are we ready to decide on?
We're talking
it-
about just the insert that
Yes.
Andrew offered, so I'm fine with that insert.
And Tim, are you?
now.
And I am, so, and you are not.
I just like it on the website. I just want it on, I mean, we're gonna have an agency in the city doing this kind of rental service, and I think it could just be on the website. Just
That-
know.
that could be spelled out, is that,
That
you know,
could be
that-
spelled out.
Exactly, that's all I'm asking for.
I don't know that I mean, I'll just say this, once we have an operational organization doing this, I think adding something like that about what is and what is not covered would be in an FAQ and certainly could be published. So I don't see that, I don't think that needs to be added language. I think I'll just give you the verbal commitment that once we're up or operational, we'll make sure we have that.
Okay, Andrew, you had some other ones. You wanted
Well,
to,
let's go back to the exemption, which I know a lot of people are probably here to talk about, and I'm interested in your reflection that you thought it was potentially problematic to limit the exemption to units owned and operated by folks resident in, say, Chittenden County. So what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are his thoughts on this one, so I'm gonna let
Okay.
Colin speak on that.
I think one of our concerns when we saw that
for definitions.
was the following up on the conversation I had earlier, just as to how this is unsettled, frankly, in jurisdictions around the country in terms of what regulations you can put on short-term rentals, and that the regulation relating to owner-occupied has been challenged in a jurisdiction successfully, not in our jurisdiction, but in a jurisdiction in the U.S. Our thought in looking at this for the first time, really today, was that this is a further restriction similar to the owner-occupied restriction, but that the restriction would be limited to owners in Chittenden County, and to determine what is the motivation for that restriction, and can that be dealt with in other ways. For instance, elsewhere in our ordinance, you're required to have a local person or local entity who is a property manager or person who is available by phone to respond to complaints or questions or concerns about the rental unit. That could be an answer to the concern about having someone reside in Chittenden County. You don't necessarily need someone to reside in Chittenden County because you can designate a person to respond to complaints who is local. So I don't know if it's the most restrictive regulation that there is, because there's a restriction that addresses similar concerns to it. So that was our initial concern about it, that it went a little bit, it went maybe perhaps one step further than the primary residence regulation.
Well, I think we got to that point in our last discussion to address some of the concerns that they got an Airbnb on either side of them, and they have these parties, and there's no one to call. And even the people, and so I think.
Or even when you call the person because the real
Yes,
owner
they're
is
in
in
New
Texas,
Jersey or
they
something,
just
or
don't care.
Texas, right.
Right. I mean, that's what it was meant to address, right? To make sure that the ultimate owner cares, right? And if they live locally, they're more likely to care than some out-of-state fund.
Well, yes, but if they at least have a manager that you can complain to and make the fines, prove that this is happening.
Does that work? No?
Seems not to work.
Well, that's the person you can call, and they have to come over and settle the the issue or meet with the police.
Remember
or-
that one owner that had another house down the street, and so she told all the neighbors, right? If there's any problems, you come see me and I'll go over there and take care of it.
Right.
Right? That doesn't happen when the people live, way out of state and there's nobody to call. So there's got to be somebody to call who can
Right.
take action on that house if there's a problem,
But I think
other
what-
than the police.
I mean, I would be willing to try for the local manager and, see what happens. And if it still is out of control, we can always amend an ordinance and say, you know what, that didn't work.
I think we're going to find a few things that will work and won't work,
Yes.
no matter what we do here.
Let's,
Can we always amend, or would we be potentially making it more difficult for ourselves if we have an exemption and then make it tighter?
You can always amend an ordinance, you just have to go through the public process.
No, I guess I'm thinking about from a perspective of,
in terms of the legal,
yeah.
should we go for broke and go to court for the whole enchilada? Or do you say, well, this is the middle ground and we think we're,
I think I would say I'm wearing a black sport coat, but not a black robe. I don't know how to necessarily answer that.
that's a good answer, okay.
Lawyers, they always have an answer.
So do we want to go with a more tentative step and just keep the language?
I don't know if that
standard?
addresses the residents' concerns. I mean, personally, I'd be willing to see what happens, address their concerns, and, if someone sues us, we can change ordinance then. I'd like to address the residents' concerns.
Yeah. Well, what's the majority here?
Well, I haven't heard any residents. I'm sure we will. I tend to my own inclination would be to go with local representation.
Yeah.
And having because I think that exists quite a lot
Yeah.
in this world of the rental world and
Yeah, I would
ownership,
too.
as
I'm with
opposed
Larry.
to a strict residential requirement.
Okay. Well, that's certainly my preference at this point and yours, so. Well, you still 1 out of 2. Now keep going. You have some other things.
So
When you get to registration fees in section 4.
So I'd
Is
like,
that the next one?
Yeah, I would like this program to be self-funded. So I know we talked about the 500,000 or so coming from another source. I get my own perspective; it should be completely self-funded. So I'd like to talk about how we get there.
Well, there are some Airbnb single-family homes that are 3 times at least more expensive per night, between $350 and $500 per night in our city, compared to just over $100. And so that's why I would suggest that for the short-term rental registration fee, that those particular residences be charged $3,000 by April 1st of every year. I think that it is a sliding scale that is based on their revenues, and I think that
Can I just a point of clarification? Right now, the 1,000 is just for the exempted units. So
Right.
the normal Airbnb is still the 150. And are you proposing then just for the exempted units it's 3?
That's right.
And the normal Airbnb remains 150?
Yes.
So
That
this
if we
can
are-
we, so I think what you're saying is for owner occupied Airbnbs, 150.
Right.
If it's non-owner occupied, it's a higher amount.
Correct.
That's what we had proposed. That's how we
That
had
was the
proposed.
1,000 and the
Right.
150.
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I couldn't tell from the amendment if it was
Okay.
all Airbnbs.
But the 1,000 and the 150 don't create a fully self-supporting registry.
It doesn't cover all the capital cost over 10 years.
Oh, to build okay.
Right. I mean, it does if we come in at 1.3 million. If we come in at 1.8, it doesn't. Well, it would take longer than 10 years, and our auditors or our finance director would definitely like a 10-year limit on the payback.
So,
I don't think you're going to find a code enforcement program that pays for itself. I can't imagine asking a startup to do that. I don't see how that you can. I'm not sure that the fees are going to be sufficient enough to pay for what.
Yes. No, but it's amortized over 10 years. Question is whether.
I'm not even talking about building a new building. I'm just talking about staffing it up. You know, I mean, but I just can't imagine what I can't imagine the burden on the users is going to be sufficient to pay for just the staffing that needs to be. The building is a whole nother matter. I mean, building is something we need, and that's we're going to house the staff. So that can be, you know, raised in the capital way. But I don't understand how a fee-based program can support building a building.
Right.
We do we're using conservative projections. You know, again, it's modeling out based on numbers of known units we have at the rates provided. It covers the majority of the expense, and again, we believe we're conservative. We're pretty accurate on growth of units, and the number of exempting those permanently affordable ones, or putting their fee at zero.
so the question then is whether it's $1,000 a year for the
Lower end.
Owner
occupied Airbnb or rental. And whether 1,000 is enough, or do you want to make it a little bit higher? 3,000 seems like a lot to me, Megan.
They
but-
make $500 a night, some of these homes.
Well, they don't make that. They still have some costs. I mean,
Well, okay, but they get up to 3,000 pretty quickly. I mean, and the other people make $100 a night, right? So, and they're paying the same amount as the people making $500 a night. So just put it
I
that
don't
way.
know where you got the $100 a night.
Well,
but-
I'm looking at the Airbnb website. I'm looking at what's available in South Burlington.
Oh, but who are the $100?
So those are people.
That's some Airbnbs?
Yeah, yeah.
So we would have a sliding scale. I don't know how you do that. You know,
It's a tough one.
Please no.
Yeah.
Please
yeah.
don't.
I mean, that would
Yeah.
need a whole nother actuarial staff, I think, to figure out or track
Watch
what
the Airbnb
someone
listings. Yeah.
is charging, and they probably have seasonal rates,
Just
so it
keep
would be
keep
different.
keep in mind that East Terrace, 4 UVM students are probably paying close to $1,000 a month, $4,000 a month, easy. Some of those homes are grossing between $40,000 and $50,000 and $60,000 a year, and that's not Airbnb, right? Just keep that in mind as well.
Well, that's true too.
You know, so. But I mean, 1,000 seems reasonable to start. I mean, and we can always change that too. I mean, Burlington has increased their registry fee over the years. You know, they just probably, change the ordinance, vote on it, move on. So if we start at 1,000 or 15, I don't care which one. I mean, it's, I
Well, I
don't.
could go up to 1,500.
Let's go 1,500.
I just think 3,000 sounds like a really large number.
Right.
Well, they're making a nice profit. So, and some people truly are not making the same amount. So.
Well, that may be true. I just don't know how you parse that out with having a registration fee that's some kind of sliding registration fee based on what you charge, unless you want to do some kind of percentage.
Well, I mean, we do our business, our commercial properties pay property taxes based on their revenues, right? So there is already precedent set for that kind of calculation.
But these aren't commercial properties; they're residential homes.
No, they're not. They're
In double
they're commercial
quotes,
properties.
sarcastically
Yeah.
said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I would go up to 1,500. Do I hear?
Yeah. Arbitrary number, let's start there.
And we are collecting taxes on these commercial
Well, we are, I
properties.
mean, we're
right?
receiving,
We're receiving, so we do have some kind of record based on those taxes.
no,
No.
no.
No, we have no
The
record of
state
that?
gives us the money, but we don't know where it's coming from.
The state doesn't break down rooms, meals, and alcohol tax. It's a lump sum that we receive. So
No, you're talking about
Airbnb
property
I'm
tax.
talking about Airbnbs and.
You're talking about the
Oh.
rooms, the rooms tax that
state rooms
Airbnb is
tax?
supposed to collect.
The 9% rooms tax?
When
or are you-
Airbnb, when you are charging, right, you are paying a tax. That's the rooms and meals tax.
Yeah.
And those homes, their property taxes are based on property residential rate or commercial rate?
Residential.
Residential.
Yes. Yeah.
But the Airbnb then takes that state tax and sends it to the state, and they turn around and send us 3/4 of what we deserve.
I
Yeah.
get that, all right. For the,
you're talking about two different things.
Right.
So rooms, meals, and alcohol, or rooms,
Comes
meals,
from
and
the
alcohol
state.
tax. The state collects it. They give us a lump sum check. We don't get to see the receipts
Twice
of
a year.
where that comes from. 4 times a year.
okay.
4 times? Oh, sorry.
The property tax is based on the assessed value of the parcel, unless an owner decides to do an income-based approach, but that's at their disclosure. They're not required to give us that information.
But we know which properties are Airbnb because we're going to have a registry. So it's not at their disclosure anymore.
We don't know their income, though, from the property.
We don't know if
No.
they always run out.
And you
That
don't-
would be at their disclosure.
Right, and they don't always rent out. I mean, it's not like they're full every single day. All summer, winter, spring, and fall.
Okay. Well, I'm
Most
just
likely.
saying that the properties that are particularly inconvenienced by this pre-existing clause that we have, that they are expensive properties. And I'm not sure that this $1,000 fee is going to be dissuasive. It might be, in the properties in my neighborhood or neighborhoods like mine, but maybe not for that neighborhood. And, I mean, I think that's something for us to consider. What do we do with those properties that are truly living no longer in a neighborhood? It's households, but they are living in an area that is becoming a resort kind of area.
Well, I think, I don't have an answer to that, but I do think we have in this draft ordinance a number of requirements or exclusions about how the property can be used. You can't have big parties, you can't have a wedding, you can't have more than 2 people in each bedroom or something. I don't know, there was a limitation of how many people that should cut down on maybe the excessive use of renting it for a celebration that gets out of hand. You might still get a family reunion going, but that's probably a little different than a graduation party. So I think we are trying to address that, and I think we can find out whether it works or not after we apply some of those rules.
All right, so you're not seeing that in the property taxes that we could somehow use that as a way to calculate based on the property value, a higher fee, registration
Well,
fee?
there probably is a way to do it, Megan. I think it would be expensive and really difficult, and probably quite imperfect.
And and similarly to our conversation about Chittenden County living requirement for owner occupied or owners of the dwelling, I think we would have concerns about setting a fee based upon the higher your assessed value, the higher your fee. It does seem like you're penalizing certain places. It's the same argument that we're concerned about the Chittenden County residency. You're starting to carve out a certain demographic.
Okay, so we're in for 1,500. Okay, we'll try that. What's next? Oh, you wanted to have a small fee on the affordable?
I thought that is what we had agreed, that it would be reduced, but not zero. I could be mistaken. I thought that's what we agreed. as
We
a
talked
council.
about reduced.
Right, not
Yeah.
zero. I thought it was reduced,
Well, I think we had talked about 0.
but I thought we agreed on reduced.
Well, I think we agreed on reduced and 0 is reduced.
Well, that's
Perfect.
We did have a draft that just at the last minute we moved it to 0. We had set it at $40 just before the economics of changing the number to 1,000. But it does, there's about 900 units. So it's not an insubstantial amount of money.
So, and would we expect to inspect those units, or would we think that because the affordable units already have significant inspection regimes that it wouldn't actually be something that your team would?
We're inspecting them.
We are.
Yeah.
So if we're inspecting them,
They should pay.
that's labor.
Yeah.
Right. And there should be, there are lots of pilot agreements, for nonprofit type, properties. And so this should be treated like a pilot. With payment in lieu of taxes, that kind of thing, right? So.
Otherwise, you're putting the burden on everyone, all the other rental units.
Even if, it could be a very low number, but there should be a number, right? Just to cover the cost of the visit.
Yeah.
In earlier conversations before the draft made it to, we had it set at 40 per unit
That's on an annual basis.
annually.
Yeah.
So less than $4 a month.
Yeah.
Well, what's your pleasure? Who's in for a little bit? Or who's for 0?
Well, I'm for 0.
0, okay.
That's where I was too.
And you were for 0. And you guys want a little.
A little.
Yep.
What's the little?
Make it $25.
Okay, I could go with
be
that. Although
arbitrary.
we just told the Affordable Housing Committee we're gonna zero out all the impact fees. Right?
Did
Or
we tell
they requested that, yeah, we haven't said we would. So this might be it.
This could be the housing trust fund being funneled back into the, which we wouldn't want, I don't think.
Well, I'll go with 25. I was actually thinking 5, but that's probably not very much.
Be more expensive to just collect it.
Well, not in the big unit.
Well, yeah, because those affordable units are, of course, in buildings with market rate units, right? So it's simply exempting those affordable units, but the market rate units are being.
Well, that's true. It's not that many. How many is it?
There's 900 units.
900. Well, why don't you put it in at 25 and we'll have a public hearing and maybe we'll change it. I mean, numbers are easy to change.
Yeah.
That's in my pay grade.
Pardon me?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. What else? You don't have any other changes? Okay. All right. So we have a couple people online who would like to comment. Dan Albrecht. Is he still there?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just, 2 things. One, a couple of things. You know me, I can't just keep it to 2 things. The language about existing short-term rental, I was wondering if you just maybe change the title to something like absentee owner short-term rental or something. Because if you just look at it now, then you read the definition. Anyway, that's just a suggestion on that. And then I do agree with Mr. Chalnick's proposed amendments to deal with, especially because, as the fire chief pointed out, this would be the start of a whole new program. And I think there's a clear distinction between duplexes or 4-unit buildings, 8-unit buildings, et cetera, or ones with, non-owner occupied things versus somebody who owns a house and it's they rent out a couple bedrooms or, et cetera. I think there's clear distinctions on that. So, and the only other thing, and the chief can answer this whenever he feels like it, or maybe the next public meeting about this, to get clarity on what an inspection means. There's been a lot of discussion about fire detectors, smoke detectors, et cetera. But I think it would be helpful for the public to have a better inspection of what does an inspection entail, et cetera. But I guess my only major point of comment is to agree with Mr. Chalnick's amendment there about exempting owner-occupied type units. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And then Greg Delbeck?
Yes, hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to express my concern and my wife. We've been residents here in South Burlington since 2017. And a couple units next door to us have been purchased from outside the state owners, and they rent it short term, as we've been talking about. So just a couple concerns, and I just want to voice this for everyone to hear. We have a couple of young kids, and there's been issues with traffic on a road with people who don't respect their neighborhood, and it's the short-term renters who drive excessively fast. And it's a little concerning with young kids. In that same vein, so we're letting these people next door to us that don't have any sort of a background check, and it seems excessive, but I don't know how many of you are parents and have young kids and you want to protect them. And there's, pretty random people coming in next door, 20 feet from your house. And like I said, it's like there's no way to police that other than, I don't know why we're going about the zoning question, right? Because and I am not a zoning official, so I just maybe want some clarification on this. We are zoned residential. Why are all these discussions happening of letting short-term rentals happen as a commercial business in a residential area? Can it just be black and white with that? I guess would be my final question.
Okay, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is your unit, does it have an HOA?
No, we are not HOA.
I'd just be curious if some of the HOAs, I think they have some pretty strong rules about who can rent and how you can rent. Maybe not all of them, but but I think they do. Unfortunately, I guess where you are living, that is not the case. But so that doesn't help you.
Yeah, which is why I'm reaching out to you guys with my concern as a resident. My wife and I, we live here and we work locally. We support the local economy. My wife works at the hospital. So we're here. We're here for South Burlington, and we're hoping that you guys can be here for us.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that perspective.
Thanks.
Are there people in the audience who would like to speak? Okay, why don't you start?
Let me give you this. I copied this in case I forget something. I only have 5 copies, so if you can take that. There's also on the back shows how the increase in the number of Airbnbs in the last 9 years.
Yeah, if you will get to the mic and please make sure the red light is bright.
Red light, is that?
I mean, the green light is.
Okay, it's green light's on. Okay, before I start, I'd like to.
Well, I'm not sure it is. It
Uh,
has to be bright green.
It's a bright green.
Okay.
It's not on? Hello?
Yeah, that's better. Okay.
Maybe it's
thank
not, I'm not, there, get it
you.
closer
So
to
tell
me.
us your name, please. and-
My name is John Stevens. I live over in South Burlington on Austin Drive. In fact, Greg was talking there, is also a neighbor of ours down in that area. But before I start, I'd like to ask a question. I would like to ask the council to show by hands, how many of you agree with the search engines that Airbnbs are business?
Oh, I think they're a business.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. I recently wrote a letter and delivered it to all the council members with a case study that was done in a different state. I'm not sure which one it was, but I was wondering if you guys received that. Okay, good. I guess I delivered a letter asking to enact a zoning regulation that requires a zoning permit that only allows Airbnbs to exist in a mixed or commercial zone unless they meet the new draft requirements. For-profit business, they don't belong in residential neighborhoods, and I didn't get an answer about, Greg asked about why businesses are allowed in a residential neighborhood. Nobody answered that question. And I don't think they should be grandfathers. Those neighborhoods where Airbnbs presently exist shouldn't be discriminated against by allowing them to continue, while other neighbors are protected in the future from influx of Airbnbs. So if you have that grandfather clause, we're the ones that got things started, but we're going to stay stuck with the Airbnbs if you grandfather them. So everything we've done or tried to do hasn't gone anywhere. We know the multitudes of problems that Airbnbs have caused in towns across the nation, and this isn't going to improve unless towns take a stance against their proliferation. I read the new draft residential unit requirements that came out on November 3rd, and I'm pleased the council's curtailed future Airbnbs. This is a great step in preserving the future tranquility of citizens in South Burlington deserve. The only big problem yet is to resolve the grandfathering existing Airbnbs. I strongly feel that granting this right creates a scenario that we now have no competition of the Airbnbs in the future, and we'll have an influx of new reservations. So the ones you grandfather you basically extended them a golden ticket. They can do what they want. They're going to have higher reservations. People are going to have to only book with them. They're going to name their price, and they'll get it. I just doing the research on Google about Airbnbs, I am now inundated with advertisements from different companies to increase your profits on Airbnbs by 4 to 6 times. Now these people have now a market on the product because you've granted them that, and the new ones are going to have a hard time getting established. They have a gold mine that they just fell into, which I don't think is quite fair. Let me see. And the ads that I get are not just from one company. I get them from a lot of different companies. And I said, basically, it's nothing like the town council giving a golden ticket of a non-compete clause, as well as giving a death blow to all residents living next to an existing Airbnb, that they will never have any facsimile of a normal neighborhood. Why would the owners ever consider selling their property with their newly granted cash cow? It isn't fair to grant them a grandfather's clause when they were operating in a residential neighborhood in the first place. This is a time where we talk about how proper governance is going to protect the sanctity of zoning laws and what constitutes a residential zone. We are not asking the council to take away their right to rent for 30 days or more, but cease the constant turnover that STRs provide. If nothing else, extend the existing Airbnb clause to hardship cases of Vermont residents only. Out-of-state owners are only in our system for maximum profit and don't care about the community or the state, just their bottom line. And I can vouch for that. The ones on one side of us is a house flipper, and the one on the other side is a woman from New Jersey and owns probably 13, 14, 15 properties in Hawaii, all over the country. And she Airbnbs all of them. So she is definitely in for the profit. There are 2 articles in the other paper and a new draft that shows the council's support for the rights of citizens of South Burlington to not have to endure the negative effects commercial endeavors have on their quality of life. One, the city backs the resident group in higher ground litigation. The city council has actually appealed the Supreme Court's decision, the ruling on allowing the project, which I think is a great sign that you have backing of the citizens for responsible zoning and residents. This shows great compassion for the neighbors' rights to live quietly in their homes without the negativity created by commercial enterprise. The second article was well written by Megan Emery, and it impressed me with her empathy for the residents of South Burlington. Although Megan didn't discuss commercial properties and residential neighborhoods, I appreciate her human-focused approach to listening to residents' concern and aspires to benefit everyone when making planning decisions. She referred to how fortunate we are to live in a beautiful place and enjoy governance as a consequence of being good stewards. The new draft that restricts new Airbnbs in the future is a good start, but is short in dealing with existing rentals. I hope the council will continue with good governance and stewardship and protect our community from the consternation of Airbnbs, both past and future. According to the findings of the legal case I sent you 3 weeks ago, the judge decreed that the council has a right, and I don't know if you found that in the article, but they have a right to uphold the zoning regulations. And the existing Airbnbs do not have the right of grandfathering, as they have basically been operating illegally in a residential neighborhood. If the council grants them this privilege, that would negate the council's right to govern the proper use of the town's zoning regulations. There are presently commercial, mixed, and residential districts established in the town's bylaws. We live in the Lakeshore Neighborhood District, which encouraged the conversion of seasonal homes into year-round residences. Nothing is mentioned about nightly rentals, and if an Airbnb were considered changing this understanding, where are their zoning permits signed by the administration required in the regulations as a condition precedent to the commencement of use? Does any Airbnb have a zoning permit? Do you know that?
I doubt it.
So none of these are actually,
I think so.
none of these are actually running a business legally in a zoned area if they don't have a zoning permit. And that's the downfall of Airbnbs. If you use that terminology, I think you can win your case, even if they do come after you. Another interesting point comes to mind when a commercial property abuts a residential district. They shall retain a setback of not less than 65 feet from the residential zoning districts. Then why should any be allowed actually inside that district? So if you're building a building and you butt up against a residential neighborhood, you have to have a 65-foot buffer zone to that residential area. But yet Airbnbs are actually in the neighborhood. I don't know how that flies. All in all, we would just like to return to the type of neighborhood of Megan Emery's, which she described as quiet. Let's work hard to figure out who might warrant the right to continue their Airbnbs and those who will end up abusing the golden ticket, or disallow all Airbnbs that don't meet the town's approved draft.
Thank you very much.
Can I make a
yes.
comment? I
Yeah,
mean,
sure.
This sort of crystallizes it for me, right? This is an improper use
Right.
in a residential neighborhood.
I agree.
This is an LDR problem.
Yes.
Not to take responsibility away from what you're doing.
He would
but
like us to.
I think there's an idea that we need to go back to the Planning Commission and say they need to crystallize this in the LDRs, that this type of use in a residential neighborhood is not allowed, period.
I agree.
And then if it is used, right, then, we take legal action against them.
Well, that's why I wanted a 2-year period to allow people to transfer to a different situation, whether it go from short-term to long-term or to sell, and allow perhaps in that time the Planning Commission to develop that language. I have to find that this court case, I know you don't have a black judge's robe on, but to my mind, the fact that we would be unleashing commercial in residential areas, to me, is a winning argument, just as a...
It's a commercial use.
Yeah, it is. And I would have to vote against
But
this.
I don't want to shift away from public input.
Yeah, go ahead, yes.
Well, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's getting late. I'll be brief. My name is Paul Spittler, and my wife and I lived in Shelburne for 28 years. We lived up on Juniper Ridge, and there is an Airbnb across the street from us for 4 years, plus or minus. We never had a single issue with that Airbnb. It was owner occupied. The owners were there all the time. As a matter of fact, we didn't even know it was an Airbnb for the first year they were doing it. In October of 2020, we bought a house in South Burlington, about a mile and a half from our old house, in a much more off the beaten path neighborhood. We're on Stanhope Road. And within 18 months, 2 homes became Airbnbs of us moving there. The neighborhood changed. Since the Airbnbs have started running their businesses, we've experienced outside spotlights left on all night, patio lights left on all night. The light is shining in our windows, in our neighbors' windows, and it's very annoying. And we have nowhere to turn. You email or text the owners. Maybe they get back to you in a day or two. They don't respond. We've seen a huge increase in traffic on our single lane dirt road. Stanhope is a single lane dirt road, and there are a lot of kids in the neighborhood. I have chased down drivers and said, you got to slow down, cut it out. And, they apologize. They're generally will adhere, but this happens weekly. We've seen a huge increase in traffic. We've had dogs lunge after our dogs and attack them. Fortunately, nobody got hurt, but I shouldn't feel unsafe walking my dog in my neighborhood where I live. We've had situations where so many cars were parked in a tight 2-car parked driveway, they blocked the road and you couldn't continue around the horseshoe. So residents in the neighborhood had to detour around other ways to get to their homes. I mean, and if you approach these people, again, they're apologetic, but it's not the same neighborhood my wife and I moved into 3 years ago. I have reached out to the owners on many occasions and explained what's going on, but there's very little regard and virtually no replies. These are businesses that are being run in a residential neighborhood by people from out of state and with little or no regard for their neighbors, our neighborhood. So I implore the city of South Burlington to start implementing some sort of residential rental requirements to corral this issue. And I'm totally on board with John. I don't think there should be any grandfathering. It's sort of, the apple cart has already been rocked. Let's not take it any further. So,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
I think there's a lady in the with the glasses on your head. I think you raised your hand, yes?
Yes. Thank you. Hi. Just wanted to introduce a owner-occupied.
Name?
Sorry, Sophia Hirsch. I live out by the airport. I grew up in Vermont and moved to South Burlington in 2017. And I am an owner-occupied Airbnb. It literally keeps me afloat. I'm a violinist with the Vermont Symphony Orchestra, and I do a lot of outreach in the community for arts development. But professionally, I don't make enough to pay the property taxes on my house and eat. So Airbnb has been a lifesaver for me, and I really do understand a lot of the concerns, and I appreciate everyone's perspective. I think it's the out-of-state owners do treat their towns, their properties with a lack of respect and should be curtailed. I'd wanted to speak out just about the fee, and I would just like to encourage there to be as much flexibility to account for various circumstances as possible. I understand if I need to, apply and explain my circumstances and explain how much I get. I think there's some misunderstanding a little bit about the Airbnb as well. For sure, some people are getting $500 a night. That's a very nice property you're staying in, though, and that's market driven. And I don't mean to allow for the way that they handle some of those properties, but I'm just saying that it is market driven, and I am definitely not booked every night, and I have to make choices about whether or not I want to be booked at all. And I think that Airbnb as a company, I've been treated very well by them, and I think that they are a solid company in my experience. They're support guests, they support hosts. My neighborhood all knows that I run the Airbnb. I have not had any complaints. But I'm owner occupied, I'm there. But I just wanted to introduce you to someone in your community who is literally, I would be on the street without the Airbnb. And I think that they are a good company. And it would be great if we could find a way to section it for the various circumstances. And if you are out of town, you're out of luck. I hope I got it. That's very confusing, all this stuff. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Amy Demetrowitz. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Champlain Housing Trust, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed rental registry ordinance because of the importance of it for tenant protection in long-term rentals. So I'm kind of shifting the focus a little bit and wanting to talk about, what did you say, 3,000 long-term rentals in the city. We see it as an important way to protect long-term tenants. It'll assure that tenants have safe, code-compliant homes, have clear information about the ownership of their homes, a place to turn with concerns about the condition of their home. Also, for neighbors, it makes sure that neighbors have clear information about who owns the rental properties in their neighborhood, and a place to turn with safety concerns. I appreciated the recommendation that perpetually affordable housing had zero fee, and it looks like that may be changing. And here's really where the argument is. The inspection is really at the heart of this rental registry for long-term rentals. And I know you haven't gotten around to kind of figuring out like what that schedule is going to look like. And I think you need to really consider how to maximize the impact of those inspections by looking for efficiencies. So for example, and here's my argument about going back to zero on the fee for affordable housing, subsidized apartments are inspected annually by a number of different enforcement agencies, including housing authorities, the Vermont Housing Finance Agency, the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, and HUD. And so you might consider accepting an inspection from another entity as a substitute for the direct inspection by city inspectors. And thereby you're freeing up inspectors to inspect homes that aren't regularly inspected as part of any kind of compliance requirement. Also, you might consider for larger properties, not requiring or requiring that only a certain percentage of the total be inspected, again, in the cause of efficiency and being able to spread those inspections out to as many properties as possible. You don't necessarily want to go into all 40 units in a 40-unit apartment building. You might want to do a percentage of those, but you can require that the landlord give notice to the tenants, to all tenants, and then the day the inspector shows up, the inspector decides which units they're going to actually see, so that the landlord isn't able to sort of just fix up the units that they know the inspector's going to go into. You can also then provide the opportunity for the tenants to request to be included in the inspection or to provide anonymous information about conditions or concerns about conditions that they might have. One of the things that I was a little bit concerned about in the ordinance, under section 6, where there's the definition of violations, you've included in there noise or unreasonably loud activities, whether inside or outside, that violate the city's public nuisance ordinance. And hearing this conversation and understanding a lot of the focus is on short-term rental, you may be able to have impact and control over what's happening in the short-term rental. But for long-term rentals, the landlord's authority over tenants and ability to control tenant behavior comes through landlord-tenant law, and really the only control is through eviction. And so it's difficult for a landlord of a long-term rental to have that kind of impact on noise that their tenant is creating. And yet you're also saying that it's potentially $800 a day for each violation. So that's just something it'd be great if you could give that some thought, maybe making it more targeted to short-term rental, for example. But overall, we very much appreciate this effort and think that it will have impact on tenants' lives and the safety of their homes. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the gal with the mask on? And then the gentleman in the plaid, and then the woman with the green sweater. Oh, and then Sandy.
Hi, my name's Ann Obelnicki, and I'm a short-term rental host in South Burlington, both owner-occupied and also non-owner-occupied, which is directly across the street from me. And I've spoken to you guys before as well.
I remember.
So I'm, I've heard from a couple of people who live near short-term rentals, and not to toot my own horn, but none of them are my neighbors. And I just want to point out that all short-term rentals that are not owner-occupied are not, shouldn't be painted with the same brush. And I think that the issue is how they're being managed, not necessarily that they're not owner-occupied. And if you try and put those issues together and say, well, if the person's there, they'll do a good job managing it. And if the person's not there, they don't live in that house. In my case, I live directly across the street, but I don't live in that house. They'll do a bad job managing it, is getting away from the issue of what you really want, which is you want them to do a good job managing it. And you have put in, ordinances around sound, and you can put in language around other things, like parking, and you can have enforcement, and people can lose their permits to do short-term rentals if they get a certain number of violations. And I think that that's appropriate to get the outcome that you want, which is well-managed properties. And you don't have to get rid of all of them. I am embarrassed on behalf of the owners who are, creating the problem in the neighborhood that I don't live in, because I think that a short-term rental can be a benefit to a neighborhood and not necessarily a detriment. The other thing I wanted to point out is there's never been, you guys have, I've been at a number of the meetings, and you've used the AirDNA numbers to look at how many short-term rentals there are. And AirDNA does not differentiate. They differentiate by whole units, but whole units includes, you know, somebody who rents out theirs a few months, but they live there the rest of the time. That's owner-occupied. It includes accessory apartments. That's owner-occupied. It includes a duplex that one half is a whole unit and the other half is owner-occupied. So that number of 80 or 75 that you put down to 65 includes all of those. And it's never broken out in any of these discussions how many of them are actually the ones that wouldn't be compliant and those non-owner-occupied ones. And I think in like last year in March, when I went through all of them in South Burlington, there was about 15. I think now there's about 20 or 25. So you're not talking about 65 that are non-compliant. You're talking about maybe 20 or 25 that are non-compliant. That, I mean, it doesn't matter a lot because I'm sure there'll be more projections, but that overestimates the income that you'll get from them on those fees by about $34,000 that first year. But if you change the fee to $1,500, that'll change it anyway. But I just want to point out that it's not 65, it's not 80. We've never actually established the number because we've never surveyed them all. You could have that number if you established the rental registry. You would know exactly how many there were, but I think it's about 20 or 25 right now, not 65 because a bunch of those would be compliant within the ordinance as it's currently written. So those are the two things I wanted to say.
Thank you. The gentleman in plaid?
Hello, my name is Rob Chittenden. I am a long-term South Burlington resident. I grew up on Dorset Street, and I own a Airbnb in Starksboro. That was my first house, little camp that I started Airbnb part-time to make ends meet and to help with taxes. And now I live in South Burlington full-time, so I own or occupy my South Burlington house to help offset taxes and expenses and insurance and all those things that we all face as South Burlington residents that are astronomically high. My taxes, when they went up 30%, I think it was 2 years ago when the city reassessed, how am I going to make this work? I'm going to renovate my house. I'm gonna rent it. I'm gonna Airbnb it. When I looked at doing a full-term rental, first of all, I'd have nowhere to live, and then secondly, it's hard to even make it work. Looking at the cost of a house in South Burlington and taxes to rent it full time, it's hard to make any money and even cover expenses. So I looked at Airbnb. I said, okay, I'll renovate my house. I'll dump a bunch of money into it. I'll do this long-term planning, and I did that. And you know, I'm one of the houses that's listed at $500 a night, but I don't get $500 a night all the time. I list it high so I don't have to rent it out a lot. I want to be home. I want to be there. I want to spend time in my house, but I also want to offset my $11,000 a year tax bill and my, you know, all the other expenses we all face as homeowners. So, you know, I look at the proposals for, you know, $3,000 a year, $1,000 a year. So, geez, my taxes are already $11,000 a year, and it's more. And now I'm going to rent it out more. Now I'm going to have to justify being gone a weekend and a half, you know, averaged a month, or, you know, what if I want to sell it? This is my generational property that my grandmother built a house in '71. Am I going to be forced out of living in South Burlington because, you know, now I spent years and years working towards this goal and transition into being a landlord and do an Airbnb, and now the town's saying, well, we don't want this. Sell your house. You're going to lose your low percentage mortgage, and you're going to get 8% somewhere else. Now I'm going to spend another $2,000 a month somewhere else on you know, percentage rates. So I see the fees, and I see the town regulation pushing back towards the citizens when we're just trying to make it work. We're not all big, bad Airbnb business owners. We're not all out to make cutthroat profit. I'll agree with this other lady that, you know, I'm embarrassed by people that have bad experiences with Airbnbers. I mean, I treat it like a it's not a full-time business, but I do treat it like, you know, income. And how do I take care of, you know, my guest experience? How do I take care of my neighbors? And most of my neighbors in Starksboro, they love my Airbnbers. They come over for, you know, butter on a Sunday morning. Everybody's on vacation. They're having a great time. So, you know, I feel for some of the residents that have issues with people speeding or not knowing who the guests are, but you're going to have that with long-term residents. Nobody's doing a background check on the guy moving into Unit 3. People speed down Dorset Street every day, and that doesn't change because of Airbnb. So, I just feel like it's Big Brother. I feel like it's too much regulation for, for 25, 35 houses in the entire city. There's 9,093 houses according to Google, and we're going to write heavy-handed regulations for 0.5% of the houses. It just doesn't seem like the amount of effort put forth by the town is necessary. I just don't feel as though it needs to be regulated. Something you guys were talking about earlier was decoupling the short-term rental from the rental registration, and it's frustrating once you go down a path where you put a bunch of work in and you have all the meetings and talk. You just want to keep going and just get it done, get a project done. Just go on to the next thing. What else we got on the queue? Maybe it's not a bad idea. Maybe it should be decoupled. Maybe instead of racing to regulate, it's just, well, we're not ready yet. Let's just shelve it. It only affects 25 houses. Maybe it's not the time. So, unfortunately, I'm late to the discussion here. Somebody, actually, one of the homeowners reached out to me on Airbnb and said, hey, there's a city council meeting. Come. I'm like, oh, yeah, I better. This is going to affect me. What if I have to sell my house? That's scary. So, unfortunately, I'm late to the discussion, but, I hear some of the concerns that, you have about smoke detectors and CO detectors, primarily for the rental registry. And, there's ways that those things can be self-reported. If you got your, you want to take a video on your phone and send it into the phone number, and somebody in the regulatory body can say, yep, okay, they walked in from their house and there's an address and there's a smoke detector and there's a CO detector, you're good. We don't need, some regulatory body walking into every single rental. It just seems like it's just too much, and I don't see the need for it. I just don't see the need to continually regulate and over-regulate to the point where now we're trying to pay for the regulations, but now the regulations can't feed themselves. Now we've got to charge our residents more money. And I'm sitting in the back row going, is it necessary? Why do we have to raise all this money? Why do we have to do the regulations at all? It's frustrating on my end, and I'm sure a lot of other people's as well. But I think at the end of the day, the Airbnb owners, we're not sitting on a gold mine. We're not out to make cutthroat profits. Some of us are out to keep our property and to not be taxed to death.
Sure. Well, thank you.
So,
Appreciate that.
Thanks.
And then the gal, and then Sandy, and then Vince. Is there anyone after that? Oh, okay.
Can we take a break?
a third one.
Pardon me?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
You want to take a break? Is that what you said?
After you, yeah. Since you're already up there.
Weren't either. Well, thank you for this, for all the work and effort everybody's been doing on this issue.
Can you tell us who you are?
Oh, yes, Nora Senecal, South Burlington, Laurel Hill Orchard neighborhood. So I wrote an email earlier to the council with a focus mainly on long-term rental and just keeping the focus on safety, right, and not backing off on keeping that in the forefront of people's minds. And some of the discussion tonight has, I don't know where it's going to fall in terms of who it affects, but I do want to just put up another plug in for funding safety upgrades, whoever ends up on the registry for long-term rentals, and funding safety upgrades. Some of them may be not super expensive, but might be meaningful to that person renting, and some of them are going to really save lives. So I just want to put a plug in for that, and ask for people's support. The other thing that, and this is just every other issue was already addressed tonight, but I just also want to put out support out for some education on what does safe housing look like. I think that can come in a variety of ways. We've already mentioned it around putting FAQ on different websites. We can do workshops. I think there's just even simple things that people don't realize or don't know to ask for or don't know what to look for, right? If you haven't rented or haven't rented a lot, or I think education is really going to be important, both of tenants and of landlords. And it was an education for me. And I thought it was honestly quite helpful. And I don't feel like it's undoable. I think part of what I'd like to see around education is like, this is what, just give people facts, because right now it all feels very overwhelming to people. The change feels overwhelming. But I think if you just simply lay out, okay, this is what you need, and they might realize they already have it, and they might realize things that they don't have, and that those things can be repaired or fixed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I think we have 3 more.
4 more.
4 more. I mean, people keep thinking. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. So I'm going to call back to order the South Burlington City Council meeting of Monday, November 6th, 2023, and listen to the few final people who would like to comment on the residential rental ordinance. Understanding that when we go forward, there'll be another time to bite this apple, but we can hear from you tonight. So I think the next one up was Sandy, and then Vince, and then you two. Is that it? Oh no, and Ryan. Okay, so there's 5. And then I think everyone in the audience has spoken. So, okay, make it brief, please. We've heard a lot.
I'm Sandy Dooley. I've lived in the city maybe 50 years. This is a totally new subject, and it may sound like it's not important, but I think it's really needs to be checked out. On page 2, it talks about one of the areas that would be exempt or not considered rental units includes congregate care facilities. Mm-hmm. That is a very broad heading in our regulations that includes congregate housing. Now, I know of 3 apartment buildings in the Quarry Hill development that I participated in the DRB process. This was John Dinklage long before Tim and others that were permitted as congregate housing. They essentially are apartment buildings for older residents that have a community room. They live totally independently. Mm-hmm. These are private. They're owned, unless they've changed ownership, they're owned by Cupola Golf Course Inc., which is part of the Delore family. I do not think you intend for them not to be counted. And I also think there are a lot of them around the city. I communicated with Paul Connor, and he essentially said there is no count of how many buildings are congregate care in the city. You'd have to go through the addresses. The incentive for developers to use, especially if they want to serve older people, and older people need housing, the incentive to apply for a permit as congregate housing, especially if it's part of a larger PUD, is that the units do not count in the density calculation. And so there has been an incentive for, that means you can put more units on a specific size property lot. My concern is twofold. One is that you are exempting essentially apartment buildings for older people, private. There may be some affordables that are permitted as congregate care, and that it's not your intent not to have them included and inspected and the safety things. The second thing, I'm concerned that that 2,500 number is not good, because it probably includes those. There are probably at least close to 100 units in those 3 buildings that are in my backyard. And so I'm virtually certain there are more congregate housing buildings permitted in this city that if they continue to be exempt, they won't be paying $150 per unit. And I think it's far more than 100. So I just want
Thank you
to accomplish what I think you want to accomplish, and I want you to get the money that you think you're going to get.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you, Sandy.
Hi, my name is Vince Bolduc, and I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Committee, but I'm really addressing you as an individual citizen. I have 2 goals in mind, two issues. One is to save the city budget as much as possible. Let's be efficient. And the second one is to reduce inspection fatigue as much as possible. I can imagine what it would be like to every year have to go through inspections, especially if I'm in one of those 900 affordable units that, as Amy referred to, are already inspected by some other different form of organization. And they get another letter saying, we're going to be doing an inspection sometime between 8 and 12 on, next Thursday, please be home, and you have to take a day off from work. That's just exhausting, and some of it seems redundant. And so I sent you a letter this morning. I thought I'd sent it before, but let me just recap what it says. In order to lessen fatigue and save in the budget, let's make as much use of scientific sampling as we possibly can, especially in the multifamily units, which a lot of the rental units are. We really only have to inspect a percentage of them every year, and we certainly don't have to do all of them for a couple of reasons. One is they were all built at the same time within that unit of 40 or 100, and they already have some form of professional management working on them. So I don't think, so it would be easy to just do a sampling of them. And sampling, as you well know, I'm not reminding you of, or I'm not saying anything new, just reminding you how valuable sampling has been since we started using it in the 1950s. The Department of Justice uses it all the time. The crime statistics we get are based on samples. The numbers we have on a number of smokers, alcoholics, people with cancer, drug users, that's all based on sampling. The Department of Labor uses it all the time for determining inflation and unemployment rates. And they use tiny samples, probably less than 5%. All social surveys use sampling, and they use samples of less than 1%. The political polls all use sampling of very small samples as well. I heard a cynical comment made about that, but you're probably right. But at least they're close, within a couple of percent. Industry uses it for quality control all the time. They don't have to test every product coming off the assembly line. They just do one out of 1,000. The census uses it for determining the population in the intercensal years, family income, housing value, income, family size, fertility expectations. What we know about computer use in this country is all based on samples. So anyway, I won't go on. Those are just a few of the obvious things that we use sampling for. If you find, as a revenuer has found a big barrel of a liquid in the warehouse, they didn't have to drink the whole thing to know that it was moonshine. You just need a sip sometimes. And the same is true for this. So let's use sampling as much as we possibly can, save a lot of money, save staff a lot of effort, reduce the fatigue of over-inspection. It just makes complete sense. That's my only purpose.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
And that's what we tend to do.
I think that's, no, we aren't going
No.
to do sample, oh. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay.
Hi, my name is Christy. I'm owner occupied short-term rental. I live up on Dorset Street, and I just wanted to give a little perspective because we've been talking about how much people are charging for their Airbnbs and things like that. And people always ask me, you know, now that you have your Airbnb, can you retire? This year I've made $11,000. That's it. And it's slowed down. I have no more for the rest of the year because it's basically from April until about October. That will help me pay for the improvements on my house because my house was built in 1806. So every time I turn around, there's something else I have to do to it. So it helps me to stay in my house, to take care of my house, to upkeep my house. Do I want people staying at my house? No. I would rather have my whole house to myself. But this makes it so that I can continue to live there and take care of the home the way it should be. And when it comes to inspections, I understand our houses should be safe. It is safe enough for me to stay in it, so it should be safe enough for people to also stay in my house. But some of those things, that improvements that would have to be made, would be more costly than what I make each year. So it's just something to think about, that we're all not making $500 a night. We're not all booked all the time. We have a limited season for the most part, and a lot of the people that stay there are like UVM parents and things like that. So it's a good service for the community for people to be able to stay in my home, and it helps me out as well. So, you know, just something to think about, that we're all not getting rich off of our short-term rentals. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you, and then Ryan.
Thank you. Good evening. Dealing with a little bit of laryngitis, so I'm going to be brief because of that. My name is Daryl Campbell. My wife and I own a home in South Burlington, and we've operated a short-term rental for the past 14 months. I do want to echo gratitude and thanks to the council for your consideration of this. This is a tough issue, and also to you, Stephen and Jesse, for your work on this. First, I want to express very strong support for the creation of the rental registry for long and short-term rentals. I was at the August 21st meeting online, and I stated this then. Wholeheartedly agree that ensuring compliance with and accountability for adherence to codes is vitally important, and I think the rental registry is a very effective way to do that. The current draft gets this 100% right. When it comes to running a short-term rental, and you're hearing this tonight, most of us are small independent operators, people who use the income so that we can live here, raise families, and in the case of my wife and I, so that we can retire here to be with our kids and our grandkids. I'm going to retire. We're going to retire in 4 months. And this is where we want to be. This is where we've always wanted to be. I lived in Vermont for 23 years until I relocated, and now we're coming back. And yes, that makes me and my wife the evil, dreaded, out-of-state Airbnb operators right now. But I would just encourage council to consider that there's always a number of different stories, the reasons why people are doing this. We are not real estate developers. We are not corporate conglomerates. We care about this community. We love this community. And we intend to work here, to be here to work to make it better. This conversation has been initiated, at least in part, because of the housing challenges in the city. I suggested to council that there was a way to create balance and meet the long-term goals without imposing any disproportionate burdens. The current ordinance, as it is now drafted, I I think, takes a very significant and a meaningful step in that direction. We appreciate the recognition and acknowledgement that existing short-term rentals can have a place within the scope of a sound and reasonable long-range housing plan. There's a requirement that was added. An existing non-owner occupied short-term rental property would no longer be allowed to register as a non-owner occupied short-term rental once its ownership is transferred or sold. We think that strikes a very reasonable balance. That makes sense. Been some discussion about the fees. Certainly noticed the $1,000 fee, and now it's, I guess, $1,500. I think there are a range of opinions on that issue, probably, but I don't intend to argue that. I understand the rationale, and it makes sense to impose a fee like that, especially for what it goes to. I want to note one requirement, and then I'll close, that I think is particularly vital, and I, for one, am really glad that it's been included. It goes to some of what we've heard tonight. There are indeed some residents in the city, you've heard from several of them tonight, back in August, and probably in between meetings as well, that have some really bad experiences being neighbors of properties that are utilized as short-term rentals. Excessive noise, unruly behavior, we heard a lot of that. I can tell you that that is extraordinarily disturbing for folks like me and my wife who run a sound, good, respectful short-term rental. We care about our neighborhood. We take care of it. We have a local property manager who helps us out. And I would dare to say that that is the majority of owners. I understand that those things still happen, though, and that's a problem. It really stinks if you have to experience that. But here's what's important about the ordinance as it's written. Under sections 6 and 7 of this version of the ordinance, entitled Violations and Enforcement, respectively, the city would now have the right to impose not only some pretty stiff fines, but to revoke or suspend what would now be a required registration of short-term rentals for anybody who allows that to happen. And given that all short-term rentals would have to be registered, that would effectively put an end to the problem if it is appropriately enforced. That's a solution that doesn't exist today, and it's an important one to put into place. Those of us who don't allow that to happen, who take good care, we act as good neighbors, we pay close attention to what's going on in our places, I think you would find and will find a great deal of support for that in particular and the ordinance in general. So, in general, and in conclusion, I just want to voice my strong support. I thank you all for your work in creating what, at least to me, appears to be an overall fair, equitable, and effective ordinance to achieve long-term goals. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ryan, clean up batter here.
I'll lower this because I'm short. Ryan Doyle. I live in the Brookwood neighborhood. I like the progress I've seen in this since the last meeting, and Andrew's amendment I think was really good too. We get down with these last four speakers like Daryl, Christy, Ann, and Rob, who are, as we're getting a little closer to like this gray area of making sure that what we're writing is kind of protecting this flexibility in housing and affordability. And so I just want to try to throw some more highlighting to that. And I fit into that category as well. I don't use Airbnb anymore. I just used Furnished Finder. It allows you to make subleases, so I don't have to, pay extra fees to Airbnb, and I'm very unlikely to get a short-term renter. But in the case of trying to do that for travel nurses, I might have a gap that's 3 weeks long and still need to make some value out of that spare room just to help cover the costs. And so it does get a little bit messy with, how much are people using Airbnb for their listing or not, and how much short-term renting they're doing compared to long-term renting. The mode figure for the spare room that I rent out of the house that I rent on Airbnb was $35 a night. And that's the mode, right? So, if somebody books it for 6 weeks and they get some kind of a discount, that's really nice. I have more consistency. I want to charge them less. That's really different from, the people with fancy houses who are charging people a lot for a couple of nights. And I think a lot of these people who also do it in their own home, I think like Christy said, it's not like always fun having people come in and out. Sometimes there's a great novelty and joy to it. But it's really just trying to help meet those costs. And there's also people in this community who rely on it. I've had, I think, 13 or 14 people stay with me for anywhere from 3 to 20 some odd days because they still had to work or go to school here, but their lease either hadn't started yet or had already run out. And particularly when we look at people in that grad student range or just young adults who are still here after college, jumping into a hotel situation can be really cost prohibitive. Even like the Anchorage Inn, which I think is always the cheapest place, can still be very expensive, well over $100 for kind of random nights. And of course, during peak season, more than 200. And that's the cheapest place around here that I know of. So for people to be able to slip into sort of unfilled spaces, it's important to keep some of that flexibility in the short-term portion of this document. Setting that aside and looking at some of the long-term things, I want to echo some of the other things like Nora says about safety. I'll just use my own example of, who's responsible for changing the filter on the furnace and what MERV rating should they replace that filter with and how often, right? If you're in a rental situation that's not necessarily a multi-unit with a very set HVAC unit, you get into these questions of a landlord might never replace the filter or replace it with like a MERV 5 or something like really cheap. And so as we get into something like long-term and what is really, affecting health and safety is getting into a little bit more of these details that make sure that, like as Nora says, there's education to the landlords about being a good landlord, but maybe even codifying some of what is a good landlord so that things like filters, which greatly affect people's health and obviously will affect the people who can't afford to own very specifically. And there's lots of little examples I can send to you in an email. I won't take up your whole time with my 3 pages of notes that I took. But I want you to sort of keep this ball floating when you look at the long-term side of things and the outreach of how to make sure that the landlords in this town can be the most effective landlords they can be. That really help all the people renting be as safe as possible in ways that are helpful and less focused on necessarily just the infrastructure like the fire alarms, but the lots of extra subtleties of safe and healthy housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know I've already spoken, but one follow-up.
All right, one follow-up. Make it brief, please. Well, we're going to be here a lot later than you, because we got two other big topics.
I understand that. I do apologize. But for people concerned about the renter retribution from landlords to renters if they're complaining about their apartment, the water's not working, the smoke alarm doesn't work. One can understand the problem with sampling because they might not catch those. And renters are oftentimes reticent, reluctant to approach the landlord, certainly not a second or third time for fear of retribution. So in the model of sampling, say we do 10 units out of 40 in a building, what I think would be an easy way around that would be the city sends out a letter saying, we're going to be doing your building next Thursday. We're going to be selecting 20 units. And before we select those, if anyone wants to be sure to have their apartment looked at, anonymously send us a letter and we will be sure to include you in those 20. Mm-hmm. And so the person is completely protected, and yet you're still using sampling. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there any other thoughts people have? Yes, Andrew.
I'm going to be quick. So listening to this whole conversation, I think where we arrived at was addressing some of the community concerns, but not all. I'm going to suggest something, which Megan suggested earlier, or similar, which is a sunset. So, which is a halfway house between everyone, what everyone wants. You know, maybe a 3-year sunset, a 4-year sunset, but at least the neighbors by the lake know, look, they can count on it, right? 2020 something, this nightmare is over. And the other folks have a number of years to, you know, figure out their lives and, you know, figure out what they want to do with their other unit. And we, you know, it's not a perfect solution, but maybe it is a solution.
I support that. I also want to thank Sandy Dooley, who always points out stuff that I wish I had noticed for the aggregate care facilities. That's where my great-grandmother lived, and where they did not have working smoke detectors. And I want to say that a lot of the language under Section 3 and goes all the way down to 3 C1 and then Roman numeral 3, that there are 6 months, there's language about 6 months, and that comes back later in the existing short-term rental unit that is not owner-occupied, tenant-occupied with permission of the owner. There's a 6-month, more than 6 months. So I just want to make it clear, if you own the home that you are renting out, even on a weekend from time to time, or a room from time to time, you will remain under the annual fee, as opposed to the kind of the existing short-term rentals. By existing short-term rentals, that refers to more than 6 months. Am I correct in that? What does that 6 months have to do?
I believe the 6 months you're referring to in the section you referenced is if you discontinue the use as an existing short-term rental, you basically lose your grandfathered status. So you'd have to comply with all the other requirements for a short-term rental. So for instance, if you are non-owner occupied and you have a short-term rental and you discontinue your short-term rental use for a period of more than 6 consecutive months, you no longer can register as a short-term rental.
So how about the owners who say, you know, in order to pay my property taxes, I need to rent out my house for, let's just say, 8 weekends per month?
Not per month.
Per year, I'm sorry. It's
I believe the 6 month requirement that we're talking about only applies to existing short-term rentals, the ones that are non-owner occupied or non-tenant owner
right.
occupied.
So here we're talking about owner
owner.
occupied.
If you are an owner occupied and you rent out your rooms and you take 6 months off, that you're still allowed to, you still meet the requirements of the ordinance. You just,
Right.
you don't fall into the grandfathered status of an existing short-term rental.
Right. Very good. I want that to be clear to people here who have been coming forward and saying, you know, I'm doing this to pay off my property taxes. If you live in your property, you fall under, you would not lose that ability.
Status, yeah.
That's right, that status. I just want that to be clear. I have to say that the argument that the residents on Austin and the neighboring streets bring forward about commercial versus residential, that is quite convincing to me. And it would break my heart to vote against the rental registry. But I feel that that argument has merit, that for us to allow commercial to exist potentially indefinitely in a residential area is, I mean, indefinitely for the people around them. I have a problem with that. I do have a problem with that, where people find themselves in a resort area. So I am in favor of sunsetting. And if 3 years, 4 years is something that is palatable, that seems like a reasonable time to me. but it will allow people to use their homes in a way, just like we said here. If they need to rent it out while they're living there, that's something they can do
So
to pay their bills.
I think we have some direction, which is great. Thank you. So, but I don't think we're ready to warn a first reading yet.
Nope.
So I think we need to bring this back to you one more time with what we've heard tonight. Have you provide additional comment and then warn a first meeting.
I guess the only, I know you want to move this. Dude, I see 3 heads nodding towards a sunset. Okay. All right. That's all I needed. I saw 2, but I wanted to make sure I had at least 3.
But I do think we have in place some, certainly if you are sort of scoffing this and you continue to rent your house to people who are noisy or don't follow these rules, you can get your ability to be an Airbnb in Vermont, whether you live in Texas or Florida, is revoked or can be. So I think there are several ways to get to you almost won't need a sunset because they won't have a license to rent their home as a B&B, and if they can't make the $80,000 a year or whatever it is on the waterfront, they'll sell it.
We'll have a way of providing relief even during the sunset period.
Yes, I think we will. Good relief, because that's where you hit them in their pocketbook.
One quick question.
Yes.
So the grandfathering and the sunsetting is for existing.
Yes.
What's keeping people from buying new? How does that address your commercial concern?
Well, I think the other piece, is we really need to have the Planning Commission look at some LDRs that make a distinction between.
Well, no, going forward, it's going to be limited to owner-occupied.
It'd be prohibited under the ordinance.
We're only talking about
Right.
Going forward, this becomes a
So
non-issue.
you'll be able to have some, but
not, the owner-occupied is not actually the problem. It's the out of Okay.
Right.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
And the sunsetting we're talking about, as I understand it, is only on the existing short-term rentals. It's not on the regular short-term rental.
Right.
Okay.
Great.
And there was also Amy Demetrovitz. How do we pronounce her name?
Demetrovitz.
Say it again.
Demetrovitz.
Where she said that the tenants being penalized $800 a day for noise, that could be something that we could make more moderate for the long-term rentals as opposed to the short-term rentals. I thought that was reasonable.
Okay, thank you. You're not back to square one. It's just a few.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. That's why we pay you the big bucks, guys. Okay, moving on to item 11, the draft of the climate action plan.
So while these guys come and get set up,
Yes. In 4 years, the standalone Airbnb will cease to exist in South Burlington.
They've already got it called up, so.
Oh, okay.
Just need to call out for slides.
Oh, okay.
So they could be a long-term rental or something. Okay, let's move on. Climate action plan.
so just a few
Welcome.
table setting things. So just as a reminder, last fall you adopted a climate action plan. We committed at that point to do 3 implementation plans. This is the second one we are bringing to you. We had received a grant to do this one, put out an RFP, could not find a consultant. There was not a responsive consultant to that RFP, so we redirected some of Lou, our energy project manager's time to put this together, and Nick, one of our city planners, was very helpful in doing that. So they are here to present this in advance of the FY25 budget conversation.
That was great. Those of you who have seen me present before you'll recognize that these are not my slides. A fellow named Andy Brumbaugh, who's doing community outreach for us on a regular basis, put them together, and they look a whole lot nicer than anything you've seen from me. On the agenda, very quickly, these are the things we're going to go through. I won't bother to read them off, and we'll just click along. So let's go to the next one. The climate action plan that you all approved over a year ago now set up a target based on 2019 baselines. They are rather aggressive targets, as you can see. The point that I want to make with this slide is that the data that was used to put this together is we very definitely defined. We know exactly what it is. We can refer to it at any time, and what we measure in the future will coincide with this. So it's not like there's any fuzziness at all about it, and so forth.
So this date is all 2019.
2019, the year was picked, and this might have been discussed previously, to be before COVID, so you wouldn't see the impact of COVID in the thing. Yep.
Yep.
As you can see, the target numbers are pretty challenging. Where we are right now, the target is 95% reduction by 72. Right now, I can look at where the technology is and where we can get reductions, and out of the 1,431 metric tons of stuff that's coming out of exhaust pipes and chimneys, I can identify reasonable ways to get rid of about 900 of them. That's almost 70%, but it leaves us some real challenges to go forward.
900 by when?
Total.
By
2050?
Yeah. Just right now, I can see that sometime we can do that. When we do it is a matter of funding and so forth, but for instance, I include in that like an electric pickup truck. Okay? When will we replace the whole fleet? Don't know, but an electric pickup truck is in the foreseeable future. You know it's going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get into a little bit more of the timing in just a
Be
minute.
100 years old when this happens.
I don't know why I'm worrying about this. This is a long time away, so forth.
Will
Anyhow,
I be alive to see this? I don't know.
yeah.
Someone will thank you for it.
Well, we hope.
Yep.
Another point that I want to make is that we took a look at how much money was in the CIP in FY24 that would cover this kind of activity. And it covered almost 80% of it. So it's not like we've got to start from zero and build up to fund all the things that we need to do. The last point on the right-hand side of the part of the slide is that everything that we've got to do involves equipment that's going to be replaced at least once and many times twice between now and 2050. So if you miss it tomorrow, you got a chance to get it sometime later on. I'm not saying that we want to, but let's look at the plan itself very quickly. This is an outline we put together, and the things that are kind of tan, light, I drafted something up real quick. That was easy to do. We're ready to go. We'll tweak the words and so forth. The real catch is right there in the middle. What are the planned actions that we need to do? So let's go ahead. Well, let me talk procedure just a minute. Data collection, we've been doing that since I came on board, which was before 2019. Status reporting, my suggestion is that council get a briefing twice a year, once kind of at the end of the fiscal year, another time this time of the year so it rolls into the budget cycle. And hopefully we'll get into a mode where the CIP and this plan just dove together and keep going, and we're working hard to make that happen real soon. And plan updating. This isn't a plan that Nick and I will finish up in the next couple of months, and there it is. Every time you have a review, it ought to get looked at, it ought to get changed as we go. Now, let's look at where we are.
And I'd say, what are you gonna talk about staff engagement?
Pardon me?
Staff engagement, were you gonna do that here? For your
No, we'll get there. We'll get there. No, carry on, no problem. Where are we right now? Up in the upper left-hand corner, the city started this work a long time ago. You know, it's not something that just started a year ago or something like that. We've done some major things. The solar arrays, the thermophilic digester, that's going to come up again in the discussion because it's a major problem to change it. But LED lights, I put the word everywhere up there. If somebody gives me a call and say, hey, there's a light that's not LED, we'll get somebody to go change it. But there are very few left that we know about it. But since 2019, of the 1431 we've taken care of, and I got to look at my numbers here, 160 of those we've gotten rid of. Just building Market Street helped out quite a bit. And the fact that GMP was declared to be fossil fuel the year 2020, that helped a lot. But other little things, the police have hybrid police cars, just a couple, they're buying more. And an idea that came up just about the time we started this thing was let's get it so that the people in Fire Station 2 down on Holmes Avenue can fuel up on Shelburne Road rather than going all the way over to Patchen Road. That saves 1,000 gallons of diesel fuel a year. So,
Those little things, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
yeah. So where are we going in the next couple of years? We're going to move around this graph, and to your point about when does this happen? Taking a look at the budget, and I'm going to show you a spreadsheet and a couple of charts that says that it looks like we can get about halfway around the circle, or halfway to the goal for 2030, and in the next by 2030. We aren't going to make that. We're going to be short by a little over 300 metric tons. The average cost to do that above and beyond the CIP looks to be about $600,000 a year, where we are right now. I can go through the things that we're going to do. You can read them, and in the interest of time, I'll just move on. Down at the bottom, why can't we get there faster? Two major problems. Getting people to do the work. Mm-hmm. We've gone out on quotes. They don't come back, etc. We've got grants out. You folks have approved to go for the grants. We've been awarded the grants. One signature went in April. Just found out today that, oh, yes, tomorrow or Wednesday, I forget which, there's going to be a webinar to tell us how to fill out the application that we need to fill out to send in to make it go forward. That kind of stuff is just eating this stuff alive. The second part of that is, again, we're going to replace these things. If we bought a piece of equipment 2 years ago with a 20-year life, I don't think we as a city want to go buy another one to be a little bit more efficient. We've got to keep those things in mind. So where do we go after 2030? That moves you around. The red line down there on the bottom shows you where the 2030 target is. I've done a little bar graph thing over on the right-hand side if you want to march down. And where that fits time-wise, I don't know. Before I get the question, over on the left side, it says 70% confident of meeting the goal in 2050. Jessie was right on that real quick. I'll tell you the same thing I told her. I looked up at the sky, I reached in my pocket. It's a best guess. But what I've been following, and it's not just me, all the department heads are looking in their areas and so forth. And what has taken place in the last 25 years, I feel pretty confident that we ought to be able to get awful close to that when it happens. Now, why can't we? The thermophilic digester is almost 300 of these metric tons. That is a very big investment that the city made 10 or 15 years ago. It is the most environmentally friendly system of its kind in the state.
That's natural gas, though.
It is running on natural gas. It is the biggest natural gas user by far. Matter of fact, I think it's around 60% of the total in winter, and it's like 90% of the total. Yeah, if you got to keep it up to 135, it takes some stuff. But, and there are ways to change that system. But it's another $10 million to do it, and you might not produce the same quality sludge that we do now. And if we have to ship it far away, you're going to have diesel gas 4 times as much as we're doing now.
Because we produce the best sludge in the state right now.
Yeah. Well, let's all get
sludge.
Yeah. That's the word around.
Well, we should
check out our biosolids.
The city made a major investment, and we got to be very careful about how we treat it. And maybe we can do some things with it. The diesel fleet is another issue. I am convinced that there are a lot of diesel vehicles that we have now that could be replaced with electric vehicles, but they're specialty units. We almost had a street sweeper come up for a demo a couple of years ago when they had a mechanical problem with the transit vehicle. Adam Coate is planning on having a front end loader come in the next week or two. He's trying to make that arrangement.
Why can't we look at biodiesel and renewable diesel and maybe adjust some of those engines to run solely on?
That is certainly an improvement that we ought to look at, and there's people that we're working with the Vermont Clean Cities Coalition that are big into that, and so forth. But it doesn't. It's a little bit when we need that much. One problem is distribution in the state, and so forth. And then there's certain kinds of heat that we're using, particularly in the fire engine bays and in the maintenance bays. And the technique that's being used now is the best anybody knows about, and nobody sees anything on the future. So I put that on the list. So
overhead tubes that have a
Yep.
gas
And
that in it that
gas
just
fire
radiates
down the
back down.
tube and it radiates down. Yeah, and raised the question with several people, and get your shields on and your lawn chairs, so forth. So let's take a look at the funding numbers that I've used. Go ahead and move it on. Yep. That's the spreadsheet that we put together. I can't read the numbers from here. It's actually two sheets, and I hope that what you got in your packet you can read if you have questions. But let's go ahead and move on to the next one. And down there in the bottom is the numbers that were put in the CIP and the comparison to what our numbers roll up to, and so forth.
So those are in millions, right?
Everything's in millions.
So
I
it's
understand you
14
folks talk in millions.
Over 5 years?
Pardon me? Yeah.
Or
It's
Well,
the
five-
17.9 over 5 years with 14.6 in the current CIP.
Yes.
Difference of 3.3 million that we need to come up with.
Oh, okay.
And the beautiful thing about what Lou and Nick have done here is build this aligned to our CIP so we can overlay it on top. If you are interested in a budget proposal aligned to this, we can layer it on top to see how we adjust our current CIP to achieve these goals.
Yeah. For instance, if you buy a new police car and you buy one without any environmental things, it costs a certain amount of money. Another 15 grand gets you a hybrid. And those kind of deltas we can isolate.
Okay.
So there's the CIP, Capital Action Plan also addressed the desire to increase renewable energy. You've heard me talk over a couple of years about the water turbine. I won't go into that again. Solar arrays. Did a quick look using Google Earth, identified 13 sites, and since then found another one that's probably bigger than any of the ones on the list. But that potential looks like it's almost twice the solar capacity we have on the roof. So we're certainly going to be looking at that. Key thing is Bartlett Bay renovation. There could be all new buildings, new roofs, line them up right, and there's a lot of space there. We have the restrictions that you've heard about before, about being limited as to how much solar we can use through, I want to say rebate, that's not the right word. Net meter, thank you, and so forth. The state has been looking at that. Several of us on the Energy Committee sat in on a state-sponsored meeting last spring. Clearly, it's being discussed, but it ought to be encouraged to do something about those limitations. If we move heavily into solar, we're net metering into the school system right now. It's a good thing to do. We'll have to be careful about how we do it. And the school is looking at doing some solar work themselves. And so we just got to make sure it all meshes together nicely. I would point out, however, that renewable electricity doesn't do anything to get rid of greenhouse gases. But it's the right thing to do. We'll move forward with it. We went out to a bunch of people. I think we've talked to almost all the employees in the city, got ideas from a whole bunch of people. I've got a spreadsheet that lists well over 100 replies. A lot of them are duplicates, variations. We picked out some of the big ones here to put on the list. We call these policy considerations. They aren't direct dollars and cents. Some of them are things that we do already. And the point that I would make to myself and to all of us is when we're doing these things, we need to tell people that we're doing them so that they know that we're working the issue. Because the whole reason for having this government operations thing is to be a leader for the rest of the community.
Yeah.
So what are we doing right now? Action's underway. My next list is to get a written report. This is not really a draft. This is kind of a summary of the draft, or let you see what would be in a draft. But to get a draft together, and I think we ought to be able to take care of that in the next couple of months. Field mowers. We've had 3 demos over the last 5 years. Adam tells me every time they come back, they're a little bit better, and we're in the process of putting together a technical spec so we can go out and get them bid. Before, it looked like we only had one possible. Now it looks they're coming. Do we buy the next thing that's available? Do we wait 2 more years for it to get a little better? We'll have to bring that up. Let me make a point. Each time we make one of these major investments, you folks will be involved in it. You know, so it's not like you sign off on the plan and you just spent 60 or 600,000 or so forth. The fleet assessment thing, we're working with the Vermont Clean Cities Coalition to make that happen. They accept applications once a year, and that time's coming up shortly. Charging stations. There's no point in buying electric vehicles unless you can charge them. We've got a grant. It's one of the ones we're waiting for some action on for the police station and Public Works, so forth. Let me just close.
And are you, for those charging stations, are you working with the school department? Because they have, 4 electric buses and are planning to get more, and they must need charging stations.
It's at the bus barn.
At the bus barn, which is, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But one, that's the wrong place for Public Works just to get to them. I've certainly talked to those people, but you don't want to buy those kind of charging stations unless you have to. They are big and they are expensive.
Oh, okay.
But for the buses,
Pardon me?
the buses,
Yes,
so they're specified for that use.
yes.
Okay.
They can't be used for other big machinery?
Oh, yes. And if we get into big diesel equipment
Uh-huh.
converting, we will need those stations. And when we look at what we're doing for charging stations in the near future, we'll certainly ask the question, what's the growth capability and so forth. You may or may not be aware of it, but those buses have the capability of pushing energy back into the grid overnight and when they're parked and so forth. So it's, and that's part of the technology that's coming on board. In wrapping this thing up from my point of view, hopefully this plan results in a concrete reduction in greenhouse gases. That's what we're trying to do over a time frame that's financially responsible and takes advantage of the anticipated technology advances in the future as they come along. And we'll have to monitor it every day, every week for the next 25 years.
Yeah. Any questions or? What a surprise. Councilor Chalnick.
Thank you, Councilor Reilly. 3 points. One is, and we've talked about this, Lou, but there are, as you know, really, really robust credits. So, and I'm happy to go over you with some of that detail in the spreadsheet. But for instance, for commercial vehicles, you can get up to a $40,000 credit now that had been just available to businesses, commercial electric vehicles. So some of the diesel things that we're using now, I know in the world there are electric replacements, like Norway uses electric cranes, electric dump trucks, and those things are eligible for huge credits in the U.S. So let's keep an eye on those two developments. Carbon capture. Maybe not tomorrow, but there's right now a small-scale carbon capture business that works with small businesses. That might be an opportunity for the digester, and you can get $85 a ton credit from the federal government for every ton of CO2 captured. That credit could well pay for that. Something to also think about. Yeah, that was it.
Okay, did you see the article on, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, about cement that they're making?
Cement that absorbs carbon.
Yeah, that absorbs carbon.
Yeah. No, the three were the credits.
Mm-hmm.
Norway has big diesel, what had been diesel machinery that's all electric now, and carbon capture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments or thoughts or questions? Well,
When does this start? So this is the first, and then we'll get it next summer? The council will get it next summer?
You're going to
You
get
missed,
it next
you
month.
missed the point, Megan. You missed the point. You were here when it started 5 years ago. All we're doing is starting to document it and put it into a formalized fashion.
But we're going to receive it twice a year.
We're going to receive it twice a year.
report.
So starting
Well,
next
that's my
next month.
recommendation, and the plan's
Oh,
going to
do we need to
suggest that.
approve?
So hold on, time out.
Yeah.
So Lou's absolutely right. We've been doing this for years. This is just a way to codify and tell the story of how we're doing it. And quite frankly, to me, one of the most important things we've done is engage all the staff in helping us
Yes.
come up with the solutions. So it is that pulling everybody in the same direction and not imposing onto people how to make these changes. You will get the kind of loose document of this plan in writing in a couple of months. What you will get more immediately, if you give me head nods, is this built into the FY25 budget. So if you want to meet this this timeline that Lou's laid out for us, we have to start for just this implementation plan, not for the transportation implementation plan or for the building thermal implementation plan, build up $600,000 into our budget every year for the next through 2030 at a minimum. That could ebb and flow as we hire. This does suggest, I want to call out here on this slide, adding staff to do this, to do all of the chasing grants, chasing rebates. Those the revenue streams could change as we have dedicated people, not just our 20 hours, thankfully 20 hours a week of Lou. It could change the revenue picture, but right now, this is the expenditure picture we need immediately to get going. And to start making all the decisions within this lens.
Well, I would like to see it built into the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Definitely.
And my understanding is that industry has responsibility over 50% of emissions, municipalities have responsibility over 25% of emissions, and individuals have responsibility over 25% of emissions. So we're doing our part, and we have to educate the public that this is not inconsequential. Everybody has to do their part.
It's been a while since I was involved in those kinds of discussions, but I think here in South Burlington, the city government part is a lot smaller than the 20% you talked about. You get into big cities like Baltimore, New York, et cetera.
Sure.
That may be true, but I think the real role is to be the leader. And
Can I just point out that on the Champlain Parkway, a couple of the foremen use electric scooters to go back and forth up and down the road as they go look at and review each part of the project as it's being completed and to communicate. The guy zips up and down,
They used
back
to
and
use a
forth.
pickup truck.
Yeah, they used to.
yes.
Some kind of a truck, right? Electric scooter. It's really fast and anyway.
Excellent.
yeah.
Neat. All righty. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work. And we won't be here to see it happen, but you know. yeah.
Nick is gonna be
Nick
here to
will
see
be
it.
here, but
I'm planning on FY30.
Lou and I
don't know
most
about
likely
FY.
will not. Okay, moving on to almost our final the TIF. So receive an update on the status of the TIF projects with a focus on right-of-way and financing. Supposed to start at 9:10. We're a little bit late.
Well, I'm pleased to be here now.
Yes, hope you took a nap.
Here a few more times the next couple of meetings. So
Yeah.
this is just a teaser.
So, for the record, Alana Blanchard, Community Development Director. And if I could share my screen, I just have some summary slides and some updates on the bridge that I wanted to show you.
You get it?
Let's see.
Oh wait, I shared it. Sorry, I didn't share it to Alana. I shared it to your video screen. That won't work.
Okay.
Now that should work.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. My glasses just to find the little button. There we go. Okay. So, I'm really glad to be talking to you tonight because there's a lot of work that you'll need to do over the next year and this winter. So, it made sense to give you an update now, just to really let you know where we are and where the projects are. We're at a pretty critical moment in the TIF district. We're coming up on our March 31 deadline to incur TIF district debt. We have one project that is nearly ready to go out to bid, the City Center Boardwalk. We are in right-of-way with 3 other projects in various stages of right-of-way of the walk-bike bridge. Everything is, all the offers are out to the landowners. And then Williston Road and Garden Street are later in the process. And then we're looking at those bonds, and then hopefully construction contracts. So the City Center Boardwalk, we expect it to be complete and ready for use by the public by the end of 2024. It's 100% TIF district funded. We have updated, not me, the engineers updated the cost estimate for this project. And so the estimated cost and all of the owner's costs, that's all the engineering costs and other design costs, inspection. This one does not have land acquisition costs, but if there were, that would be part of the owner's costs. So the entire budget is $2 million. So we'll be using TIF district financing as well as existing impact fees in order to cover that cost and existing remaining funds. The walk bike bridge is currently the budget is much higher than it was originally projected in 2021, and that's a big reason to be here tonight and let you know where it is. The drivers for that, and we were alerted to this following the public outreach. So during the public outreach, multiple members of the team, as you knew, it was many different firms came together under the leadership of VHB. So there was a construction firm, there was a bridge firm, and then VHB, which has their own structural section. So everyone was doing separate cost estimates, and they're all like, "We're fine, we're good." And then at the next meeting, they were like, "We're not good anymore." So during that year, steel went up astronomically in costs, and then there was also borings that were done, so we learned a lot more about the soils because we had an alignment, so we knew exactly where the footings needed to go. And then a small piece of that is that the original grant was a partial grant. It wasn't the full grant that we had requested, so we started out with a little bit behind, but as you will see, our gap is much more significant than that. And then just overall inflationary costs in construction. So initially, when we were told about this, there was a lot of value engineering that occurred. I wanted to show you this this plan, which is one that the design team they're in process of putting together the layout of the bridge. So it's narrower than it was, but it maintains the 14-foot travelway, and it also includes space for landscaping. There's no longer a separation over the bridge between bicycles and pedestrians, but there is a pedestrian gathering area that is between the two landscaped areas. This was really important because it allowed us to reduce the steel significantly. So there had been two steel tubs supporting the bridge structure, and we went to one. As you can see, there's still a lot of space for landscaping, and we're maintaining the same clear area for bicycles and pedestrians in this advanced or later version of the bridge design. And this shows the alignment is very similar to what it was before. The big changes are that the Quarry Hill access has now been resolved. We are still working with the landowners. They seem very positive. I will tell you that it's not going to be, may not be inexpensive, but we do believe it's an important acquisition in terms of the overall usability of the structure. And then the University Mall access was moved north, so it had been sort of a standalone abutment from the bridge structure, and now it aligns with the existing wall that supports the access to the bridge, so that you're sort of eliminating one wall, and you have 3 walls instead of 4 walls, and plus the walls are a lot shorter because you're starting down the slope of the access to the bridge. And I can show you, I think.
Is the building at the top where it loops around, is that the?
That's the CVS.
CVS?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is probably why they still haven't done any landscaping out front?
I'm not sure what their obligations are, but I do know that that we will make a lot of changes in that area if we're successful in acquiring the property. Because the path that is currently on Dorset that same width will be carried around the CVS, and there will be a buffer between the curb and the shared use path in this alignment. So we are going through property acquisition. There's no guarantee that any property owner will provide the land. So everything you see outside of that red dotted line is on private property. And because of the obligation, and there is a typo in the memo, the memo said that we have to complete our right-of-way acquisition by December 2024. It's by December 2023. So essentially next month. So we are very dependent on the goodwill of the property owners in terms of providing those signatures and the easements in order to get what's called right-of-way clear, which is a VTrans review process, and that allows the federal obligation to have been met for that milestone. So the gap funding, our current budget, we started out with $14.5 million in 2021. So the current budget is $22.5 million. And that is the budget that we developed in this summer with the project engineers and that we have been using for grant applications. So far we've applied for four grants through 2 applications. We have another federal one that we're expecting, and we've also been talking with partners about potential other opportunities should we not be successful. This is a good time, I will say. There is a lot of funding because of the bill, the BIL federal bill for infrastructure, and there is a good emphasis within this administration on walking and biking and connecting communities. So that has been good, but it doesn't mean it's not competitive. So we'll see, but we have had strong support from our delegation, and we also received a letter of support from the governor. So that was.
So is it the 8 million that we're looking for this bill?
Yes. So we are looking for 8 million in gap funding, and we're telling a lot of people. So if you see folks, let them know.
See anyone, right? Yeah.
Well, also, part of why we wanted to come to you is because we're telling a lot of people. We thought we should probably tell you too.
Oh, yeah.
Naming rights.
Naming rights, yeah.
Barrett Bridge?
No, boy, I don't have that kind of money.
So the Williston Road streetscape, also in right of way, the budget is 2.6 million. That's actually for projects that were at the 60% design level. There had been a lot of engineering, and we'd also been inflating the costs a lot to get from where they were to 2021, and so the gap was not as large, fortunately. So this one has $800,000 federal grant. The TIF is only 50%, so we always knew there would be a gap, and we had planned to. We had programmed in the CIP to fund that through a city grant, but at this point, we're recommending that we use impact fees for a portion of it, and then apply to the state for their pedestrian bicycle funding for gap funding to complete the project. And we'll be eligible to apply for that once we've completed our right-of-way acquisition.
So we would put that money back into the impact fee fund?
We
You're saying?
No, we would put those 2 pieces of money together
we need all of
to
it.
complete
Okay.
the gap. So it's about I think it's 480,000 is our gap.
Okay.
And then Garden Street, the city budget is 12.8 million. We have the remaining amount of TIF that is available out of the amount that has been authorized by the voters is 11.1 or 11.2 million. And so we have already used 700,000 in impact fees, which are existing highway funds. So we've been using that to fund the design costs so that we're not carrying costs as part of this project. And then this has been in the draft of the transportation impact fee, so we're recommending that that be used for the remaining gap that in order to fund the entire project. So that those funds would be brought in at the end as part of the construction. All of the impact fees would or grant funding if there's no impact fees would be brought in at the end of the project. So that would be part of our contingency, owner's contingency costs as part of the project budget. So
And this is the TIF bond that we need on the ballot this March.
this is the TIF bond that has already been voted on.
It's already been voted, okay.
Yeah.
When we say 2024 TIF bond, that means the winter bond goes through the bond bank.
Okay.
And then here we
already
go.
have votes, positive votes on all of our debt.
So we don't need to take any more out?
We need to draw down the debt
Okay.
that you all
But
will
we can't-
approve,
we-
but the voters
We
have
don't
already
have to
approved
ask
it.
the voters
No.
in that convoluted way like this.
No.
Really isn't your money, but we need your approval. Okay.
Yeah.
We need you to say yes, the voters have already said yes.
So we're going through modeling and putting together the application for the Vermont Bond Bank. We're also looking at other potential funding sources and, making sure that a bond anticipation note doesn't make sense. We don't think it does, but it may by the time, in a few weeks, I don't know. Everything is really strange right now. So in terms of markets, the good thing is that the bond bank, what they've seen in interest rates for municipal bonds have not climbed as high as they have for consumer lending. But it's an uncertain time, so we'll see. We'll be in close contact with them, and there's some things that are in the model that went to the voters that we're adjusting and weighing. So the model to the voters had things like level payments. We're looking at level principal payments, which changes our upfront cost but may reduce the overall cost. So we're just looking at all different nuances and how the model is structured, and we'll be bringing that to you on December 4th. And that would, at that time or at the following meeting, we would be asking for your approval to submit the application to the bond bank, assuming that that is who we are applying to, which generally they are the least expensive option. And then in terms of right-of-way, we're, as I said, we're looking at acquiring 30 properties plus or minus, and so there will definitely be things that will be brought to you over the course of that process, and may involve a necessity hearing. And then in terms of contracts, we're really hopeful that we'll bring contracts to you for City Center Park and for Garden Street this winter. So thank you.
Necessity hearings, that means condemnation? Is that what that is?
And so generally, condemnation doesn't actually, many times that doesn't actually happen. Oftentimes a necessity hearing sort of sets the clock for all the negotiations to wrap up. But we will not even go through that process for the bridge, for example.
And what do you mean Dorset to Bridge?
So that is the block between Trader Joe's and Healthy Living. If we're going to be working on the park, we'd like to do all of that work at the same time. And since the property's owned, it's all under the same ownership, we don't think that's a heavy lift to get that piece at least going. Yeah.
So it's the bridge to City Center Park?
Yeah.
Is the bottom line here, we might have to go back to the voters on the bike path, on the bike bridge?
No.
No, the bike bridge. What if we can't fill the gap? I mean,
So that's a great question. When we look at this project, we see it as a regional project that has regional benefit, and so I think, and that's how we've always approached it. It's a great east-west connector. It's a connector between, as much as it connects us to our neighborhoods that are just west, I think for most people, they really see it as connecting to the hill or connecting to the downtown or connecting those places to city center. And so because of that, there are many, many places we can go for funding. Aggressive.
I would just adding and says, I think Alana's done wonderful job really keeping our VTrans and VHFA, FHWA, Federal Highway partners close to this project. They meet every 2 weeks together. So I think everyone's aligned to, we have to figure it out together, whether that's through state money, federal money, institution money, blah, blah, blah. So she is being super aggressive. Going back to the voters is our very, very last ditch attempt.
Okay.
That was the
Well,
chair
thank
for
you.
the junior high best ball. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. BEAGGRESSIVE.
Okay, thank you very much.
So much more to come. Thank you, Alana.
Hopefully aggressive.
Okay, item 13 is filling, or asking Larry to fill in a little bit. Tyler had two openings, and I know that you served on natural resource and conservation. And Andrew has indicated that he'd really like to continue doing that.
He did.
Yeah,
He
he
did.
did.
That.
To me, that's what he said to me.
That's fine.
But you could certainly show up at the meetings. They wouldn't, I mean, if you had nothing to do that night or.
It's just because
So those two committees that Tyler was, is that the request, is for me to?
That is, unless there's some other moving around that people would like to do amongst ourselves.
If you wanted, I'd be happy to do bike ped if you want to be the official liaison to NRCC. I'm still going to show up to NRCC because I'm very interested in the progress of the tree ordinance. So, but I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
As opposed to, what was the other committee? The bike?
Well, Andrew said it's bike and ped, and then the other one that Tyler had was recreation and park.
Oh, right. So either of those is fine with
Well,
me,
how
'cause
about you then be the, for the next 4 or 5 months,
Yeah.
the official natural resources and conservation liaison, and the recreation and parks.
Right.
And then Andrew will, he'll do bike ped, and you unofficially, no, officially you'll do bike ped.
No, unofficial NRCC.
Oh, yes, and then you're officially energy.
Great.
I mean, any of us can go to any of the meetings.
Right.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I think that's a really great plan with the task force. We really need the school safety task force and the bike ped committee to be very aligned. Yeah, good job.
You will be a busy little beaver, but that's that's good. All right.
Can you just can you make a motion to approve that?
Oh, so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Other business
I would like to suggest that perhaps we talk in public right now about maybe voting on Charles Johnston to be on the Development Review Board.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any conversation? I mean, I think he seems to have the right credentials and what was the other guy's name? Gabe. Had some bigger thoughts that seem to be more aligned with other committees, so we can encourage
I
him.
do appreciate Gabe's courage.
Yeah.
I do too.
I would love
Yeah.
to really figure out how to engage him.
Yes, I
But I
agree.
totally agree with the.
Okay. All right, so if you're in favor of that, are ready for the vote, all in favor of appointing Johnson to the, okay,
Aye.
to the DRB? Aye, that sounds unanimous. Is there any other business?
I was just curious when the Channel 22 interviews were done. Was it after our meeting on Thursday, or
Yes.
it was after our meeting on Thursday?
Friday.
It was Friday.
And who was interviewed, Jesse?
The superintendent was interviewed and then I was interviewed.
So we can watch that.
You
Yeah.
certainly can.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
say it was not my best interview.
Oh.
And,
was very
yeah,
tired.
I probably should have done it, but I had, a surprise visit from my daughter and grandson, so I just got busy with home life.
I find it, yeah, I guess I'm disappointed that that is the takeaway of the community member. I didn't watch it, but I read, you know, the script or whatever, that, and that that was the takeaway of the community member, because I felt that Thursday we had a good meeting.
We didn't agree on everything, but we had a
So did I.
And
I thought we had a plan going forward.
And I also thought that I heard from the superintendent that she wanted us to talk about our joint successes. And I thought that could have been shared in that news report, the task force, and could have been seen as a joint success.
So they do talk about that.
They talk about it, but it's framed in a way that's
Oh, you watched it?
more. No, there's written. I didn't watch it, but it's more of a written thing that you can read the people's comments. You know, they give the, and I.
Are we still?
You are
Yeah,
still
we
in your
are
meeting.
still on. So we should probably, I would entertain, well, this was other
That
business.
was other business. So
Is there any other business? Are you finished?
I don't know. I guess so, but I'm frustrated. I'm
Yeah, no, I'm
frustrated.
sorry that it didn't come out as the very positive
Yeah.
conclusion and meeting that we had. We had a lovely dinner and good conversation and a plan going forward.
Yeah.
We
You
didn't
know,
agree on everything,
what
but we did.
more?
We had a very good.
So could that be a joint statement that could be initiated by the two of you to the two school board leaders, that we're going to have a joint statement? That's something the superintendent asked. Let's make joint statements of our, you know, of what we have agreed to do together.
We certainly can make joint statements. It's hard for me to be honest, it's hard for me to know how to navigate this when the majority of the conversation with the superintendent has not been through me. So if one of you would like to take a leadership role in helping politically to make that happen, I would be happy to do that.
I'm happy to try to do that.
Thank you.
All right. And really, you know,
Ellen, I'll join you in
accepting
that.
her offer.
Pardon me?
I'll help you. I'll help you with that.
Nice.
Great.
And
Thank you.
accepting
I
her
did
offer.
express some concern about us not addressing the immediate issue of construction and children going to central school. I don't think that was resolved in a very good way, or it wasn't resolved at all. But and there's a short-term fix as opposed to the longer term. School safety designations. So.
Well, although the challenges are a short-term experience, because once the road is built out, you won't have sidewalks that are blocked.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
You know, so it's.
Should be sooner than later, hopefully.
Well, we have made a huge amount of improvements around Marcotte in the last 6 months. Ton DePietro and Erica Quallen have spent an enormous amount of time making incremental change. We can always do better. We can always get safer, but we have done a huge amount to make sure that the students are safe going to Central School. I would encourage the five of you to really think about, when you're talking with the community and our partners at the school, we employ experts in infrastructure. Let's let them. Let's make decisions based on engineering and data.
Yeah.
Please include them in conversations, and we can always incrementally get better, and we've made a lot of improvements. And is this a perceived problem or a real problem?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, not at all the intersections, but at least that's my view. But we're making a lot of progress. No, I think some of the intersections are dangerous, even with the button. People don't always follow the law. They're busy. They're complex. So.
Okay. Any other business? No. All right, so I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Aye.
Is that made and seconded?
Second.
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all
Larry,
very
our
much.
meetings aren't always quite this long.
Well.
How did that happen?